Hey there guys, it's Metro. We are back. Been a while. Well, not really that long, but yeah, didn't get to stream yesterday. I had some things that I needed to do and the servers were down later than normal, so I wasn't going to be able to get much of a stream in. But we are back. The algorithm D-root. Well, welcome guys. How you guys doing? We'll be back to WoW. We'll see some big changes. If you guys didn't see, I will be making a video on my thoughts on that. That'll be live tonight. So stay tuned for that. And then hopefully PTR will have those changes. Maybe we can get on again Friday, but again, gotta go early Friday. We'll see what happens. I'm thinking probably same schedule, maybe halfway through tomorrow we'll be able to test them again. We'll see what happens. But yeah, another week here. Get some keys done on live. Continue to have a look at wowop.io. I think we're finally done with videos on that topic for a while, unless they make some big announcement. Not sure that there's... Oh, I still have Streamlabs alerts disabled. Not sure there's many announcements to come on that front, so we'll see what happens. I'm sure Season 2 will have some big talking points for it. Hey Sol, welcome. How are ya? That's everything, I guess. Let us go open our vaults.
I have many lucky do's you like.
I started recording
May your feet find good trails.
more episodes of the Pokemon Nightmare Crystal playthrough. I think I got 5 episodes recorded currently. So those will be starting to be published tomorrow and over the course of the next few days. Hey Bola, long time no see. I've not made Blood Death Knight in a minute. I've gone back and watched some videos of yours. I seem to have issues on opening on new packs. Yeah, that's everybody does. That's Blood. Next season 15 will be a current season 12. Okay, cool. Is that the math on that? I asked about that in the video. But yeah, that's a lot of change. I use Rune Weapon when it's available, but if I don't have CDs, I almost always Purgatory. Yeah, the thing is, like, yeah, at this point, I think you should always have a CD available, so I would say, like, the biggest thing to look at is to just make sure you're not wasting them at the ends of packs where you're in no danger. That would probably be the biggest thing to have a look at.
My thanks for your being.
But yeah, to go into a pack with absolutely nothing is definitely just a misplay. Unless, like, you also have something and you still proc Purgatory there, then that's just how the spec works, unfortunately. Hey Jerry, welcome. I feel rusty. Well, again, if you guys need any help, I'm happy to yeah, record a run. If you think there's a run that stands out to you as a representative run of your issues, I'll do a review for it. And Neo, welcome. How the hell are you? Seems like it's probably just gonna render the key squish pointless. Interested to see the top keys again. Yeah, that's an interesting point about the key squish. I hadn't thought about that. It'll be strange. I think, yeah, definitely we'll see probably close to I'd say 25 for sure next season, right? Anyway, what do we got out there? Any interesting runs to sign up to? That guy has survival, is not a very good interrupter. That's about it. Dawnbreaker, always a fun key. Home Vault 14. I love that they removed Challenger's Peril. I've been suggesting that move all season. Oh, they moved it. Yeah, moved it all the way up. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Yeah, crazy nerfs to the whole system, right? Back, see what's up. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I definitely want to get on the PTR and take a look at it. I don't know if they're going to have... Like, I don't know what they're going to do testing-wise for that. Do you think they'll scale the item level differently to accommodate for it, and it'll just end up being the same, or will it just be way easier all around? Not sure. We'll be on the PTR again, though, if they do allow us to test it. Probably same as last week, maybe halfway through Thursday's stream, and then Maybe Friday again. Oh, it's already up? Oh, shit. Is there no build? Oh, if that's the case, I'm not gonna do this key. I'd much rather test that. I'm just gonna leave this group. So one way or the other, we can just find a new group. I don't want them to form. That's this one, right? Was there an actual patch that I never saw a patch, but maybe I missed it. I don't actually know when that got posted. It was sometime Tuesday, wasn't it? Yeah, it was just yesterday. I can't imagine there's a build already. Yeah, no, see, it even says here. These changes are rolling out on the public test realm over the course of the next week or two. So it can't be already. Hey, Gigahertz, what's up? Welcome. There was a patch. I read a part of the reason Blizzard removed Challenger's Peril was due to players learning mechanics at 7. Wouldn't that be a player issue? Yeah, wait till you see my commentary on it. I'll have a video on it tonight. Cosmic Flux, nice. Wait, what are these dungeons? It's just... that's strange. Priory, Darkflame Cleft, Floodgate, Rookery. That's not what was supposed to be up this week, I thought. Maybe it was though. Yeah, alright, let's just do PTR today then. Change the stream again. Alright. So yeah, should be plenty of people on here testing stuff then if it's up. So what should we start with? Should we try to do like a 12 or something? Let's try to do Operation Floodgate 12. Let's see what the reality of that is. I still have the old keys too. I wonder if I can do those. Where'd my Keystone guy go? I just bought one. Oh, there it is. I only have 2 of the 3 though. I don't know where the other one went. Yeah, so it's just Tyrannical, Fortified, and Xalatat's Guile. So yeah, the changes are definitely in. That's interesting. Alright. As it would have normally said, what's the name of it? Challenger's Peril as well, right? Oh, okay. Is that the guy that we play with? Is that just a viewer? The guy's name was My Dad Beats Me, now it's My Mom Beats Me. That's way worse, brother, if your fucking mom beats. That's really bad, right? Anyway, it's the same thing I said. Move Peril to 12, because at 7 it's a non-affix, unless you are failing a lot. Adding Fort to 7 makes the jump in difficulty more consistent. It's good. I tried at 10 Rookery last night. The 2 bosses were rough. Yeah, they are. Opinions about the new Mythic Plus changes. Of course, there will be a whole video on that tonight. Stay tuned. I would have had it yesterday, but I had published a video just as they announced them, so I couldn't just like halt that video. I think it was even within like, it was both at 1 o'clock. Let me get one more key. I want to see. Yeah, so they changed 100%. So 2 has 0 affixes. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting stuff. And now there seems like absolutely no reason not to do a 12. Like keys are now, like anything below 12 is just a total waste of time. Because it's basically going to be the difficulty of a 10, but it's just going to give way more rewards and start earning you towards the credit to not have your key go backwards. Interesting. Very interesting. Did you make a video on the Mythic Plus changes yet? Yeah, it's just not live yet. They got announced and made or whatever like at like the second I released a video yesterday, so I didn't get to you know, I couldn't just publish another video right on top of that. But that video will be live tonight after the stream. Provided we find players to play with. Hey, Zach, what's up, buddy? Can I commission you to read a series of books? Odd comment, you might say, but your voice octave would be perfect. I just don't have time, man. I mean, I wish I did. I don't have time to read books that I want to read. I mean, how long are the books? Because I don't imagine I would have time. So has anything changed in this dungeon since the first time we tested it? I don't know. There's always the 5 things to loot, right? I thought it was 4. I guess it's 5. Thought there'd be plenty of people. It's from Terry Goodkind, The Legend of the Seeker. Oh yeah, nice. Never heard of it, unfortunately. The Legends of Zelda? No, The Seeker. Oh, it's a show, too. Wait, is it Sai's birthday? Why does I keep saying... Must be his birthday. Didn't you realize it? January 29th? That was in December. By the way, the minecart in Darkflame Cleft or whatever moves fast now. Oh, really? The show sucks. Oh, really? Is this fantasy? What is that, fantasy? Oh, there's a lot of books. 21? It's about wizards and shit like that. Magic stuff. We like magic. Also, Season 2, 10 is now between a current 7 and 8 dungeon. Gotcha. So a 12 would be definitely like a 10 or easier, right? Why is there nobody... maybe we're not going to be able to do this. PTR is so weird. I don't get it. People are still bothering with 10s even though they change all this stuff. How's blood feeling? Same as, yeah, no changes to blood. At all, actually. I don't think a single change. Funny thing is, I have the series of books, but I've not finished reading them. Oh, yeah. 12 should be a 10. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't understand the changes to the actual numbers, but I haven't really checked on the PTR blood status. I heard it wasn't bad because of the self-healing. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, no changes at all, pretty much. Which is strange, but... Self-healing would be more useful there? Nah, yeah, it's no real change. Yoda thinks blood is going to be meta since the rest of the party actually needs healing this tier. What is that? What do you mean? Like, the healer won't be able to heal the tank, so Prop Pally's not going to work out? Is that what you mean? Again, without the 4 plus Tyrant increase, I don't know how it'll actually feel. Yeah. Well, I would like to test it, but for some reason, that's difficult on the PCR. I guess it's kind of early still, maybe? I don't know. Yoda did give blood S tier, but he said maybe PTR only. Oh, really? Gotcha. In my opinion, no changes to blood whatsoever. So whatever you think they are in Season 1, you'd think they are in Season 2. Could be the dungeon pool has changed that outlook in some way, but I don't see what the way it would be. Less tank healing equals win. Gotcha. Well, that would have been true in Season 1, too. I don't get it. Taking less damage is always better than healing more damage. A lot of spoiler type mobs apparently, and every key. So healer won't be able to heal tank anywhere near as much according to Yoda. What is despoiler type mobs? What does that mean? I don't understand that comment. Alright, I guess people aren't going to sign up then, so we'll just do a 10. I gotta go get another scroll. That's pretty disappointing though. We'll see how easy 10 is. The spoiler is from Stone Vault. That just AoEs. Pulls a ton of AoE damage. Getcha. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more of that for sure, it seems. Hey Max, what's up buddy? Welcome. Yeah, so no death timer at all. I mean, it sounds like it would just be harder. Honestly, it sounds like it would just be harder than a 12, so. Depending on, I guess, the scaling of our characters. Missed you yesterday. Hope everything's okay. Yeah, I just didn't, I wasn't going to be able to stream because I had to go at like 2:30. I had to get off and the servers didn't come up until almost 12. So, this is probably going to happen. Like, I don't know. Unfortunately, Blizzard is garbage at keeping their servers online when they need to have them online, so. I may not be able to stream Tuesday for a few weeks. We'll see what happens. I spoke in front of Colorado Senate yesterday, Metro. Wait, really? That's pretty crazy. What is 2A? Trying to do horrible shit to our 2A. I don't know what that means. I guess one of them are gonna have to lust. Okay, well that filled a lot quicker. Second Amendment. Oh, okay. Don't know anything about that. What is that one? Second Amendment. Oh, that's the gun one. Got it. Restrictions on what type of firearms we're allowed to have. So you're a big like gun guy? Oh, I always do that. It makes me think I'm inside or I'm outside the dungeon when I get ported here, but I'm actually ported directly inside of it. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. This was already easy a couple weeks ago when we did it, so I'd be shocked to hear that it's harder. I had dreams of logging on here and trying to upgrade the 12s and test that out too, but I guess that may not even be featured yet. We have rights as Americans. Hey, don't let them take them from us. Okay, yeah. Not really that big into that kind of stuff, to be honest, but... if they ever take my right away to own Pokemon cards, we'll have a fight. We'll have a fight on our hands. You choose your hill, I'll choose mine. Yeah, no doubt. Alright, let's see what happens. It's just nothing here. It's just blank. That's funny. Most people underestimate how incredibly dangerous guns truly are. I agree. If it was up to me, there would be no guns anywhere. Nobody would have them. They're too easy to harm people with. If everybody had, if you wanted to murder somebody, you had to do it with skill. You had to do it with your bare hands. It'd be like a totally different life. That's annoying as noise is gone from that mechanic. So far different. Shredination. Trigger is also dangerous, yep. People have been driving cars into people here. That's still more skillful. Bickers, long time no see what you've been up to. Just gonna chain cast that, I guess.
A gift of power.
Retro turns into Assassin's Creed guy. I'm just saying there's 0% chance I could ever take the life of another human being with my hands, but it wouldn't be that hard to do with a gun. What's going on? Combat. That was weird. Was this bugged? I think it's bugged. It like puts you in combat when you click it, so you can't finish it. Oh, somebody got it clicked. Working a lot? Well, that's good, I guess. Probably good, right? Not everybody agrees it's good, I guess. That's a much longer cast too, I think, right? Shred Nation. Is that was not even the name of it last time, I don't think. I don't remember the name of it, but it's way longer now. That's for sure. Hey Bird, what's up? Welcome. How's it going? So far so good. How about you? I like the quote Neil deGrasse Tyson quoted from another unknown author. That with the invention of the bow, the need to look your enemy and victim in the eyes was the death of bravery. Huh, yeah. That's true. Just got lunch, feeling good. Oh, really? Cool. What'd you get? Is that just a random marking of one being skull? Probably DBM maybe been updated. Not sure why we would choose that one, especially if it's flying around. Oh yeah, that really pushes you far. Nothing crazy, just a solid chicken sandwich. Sweet. I have a legion on my back. I am an unholy death knight. That I think it would be the other way around, right? You've been attacked by an unholy death knight. You have a festering wound, and now they're going to try to attack that and break that and deal damage to everybody around you. Don't stand in a red circle. Are you making a video on the Mythic Plus changes? Yes, it'll be live tonight after the stream. Oh yeah, we forgot the other pack. How's card opening been? Unfortunately not well. The stuff I have been able to open has been, I've been the luckiest I've ever been in my life. But unfortunately the hobby and me are going our separate ways, it feels like. It's extremely hard to find the packs. Like almost impossible, it feels like. So I'm probably going to stop buying stuff. We'll see what the actual pre-order prices are on the current set that's coming out. If it gets even higher than it's already at, then I'm done. Probably done for good. But if it stays, you know, maybe it will stay somehow where it was at, then we'll continue. I'm not going to pay $1,000 for a booster box case of a set that's not even out yet. I'm hoping that the reason things were out of control was because it was a special set. Scalpers make the hobby not fun. Everybody wants to blame the scalpers, but this is 100% in my eyes on the Pokemon Company. They release way too many sets, and they're clearly not prepared to print their own sets into the demand that the game offers. So, I'm like, yeah, it's just like a huge turnoff. Like, people who like say this shit about Blizzard, I know how they feel now, because that's to me like the company's just letting the consumer down big time. So if they're not able to print enough so people can get the cards when they want, like it's just ridiculous. Like you literally cannot get the cards. Like I want to keep opening prismatic evolutions and I just cannot. No official, like there's no official sales of them anywhere. Didn't the same happen with PS5? Probably. But that's different because you only need one of those. Yeah, I know the botting and stuff in sneaker sales is also a big thing, but again, the card game's meant like you're not meant to own the card and then never buy it again. You know, that's why sneakers are in that boat, because people try to. Not many people probably buy the same pair of sneakers over and over again, do they? I don't know, but I would imagine not. What is happening right now? PTR is such a mess. But like, you could potentially buy thousands of packs of cards and still not have everything, you know? Right, nobody buys them to own them, yeah. Whereas Prismatic Evolutions, you'll need to buy thousands of packs if you want to try to open a master set on your own. And there's simply no way to do that if you wanted to do that. But like I said, we'll see about Journey Together. I don't even like Journey Together. Like, there's a couple decent arts in the set, but I don't like the concept of it. I really liked the original, like the gym trainer sets from like Vintage. But I don't like the art at all on like a trainer's Pokemon with the little icon or symbol you want to say. I don't like that art. It doesn't interest me at all. So I don't really care if I even open any packs from that set currently. So if I can get a decent price on them and use it as an investment, I will. But at this point, I'm kind of not even like, I don't even have that much space left for sealed investment right now. So if I get nothing else, I guess I'll still be satisfied. I would just like, all of my free money would like to go to Prismatic Evolutions just to open them at this point. It's just that fun. Diab, what's up? Welcome. Anyway, Metro, do you find enjoyment in doing PTR keys and then actually doing them a lot of times over the actual season? I think it would burn me out. Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, you gotta run them no matter what, right? We're here trying to learn and get experience on that, so. The only thing that kind of bothers me about the PTR is like a lot of people are on here just like really not, like they're not serious about Mythic Plus whatsoever. What are your thoughts on the changes? I'll have a whole video on it after the stream. Stay tuned for that. Do Blood Death Knights still have crazy self-healing like in Kata? I don't know much about Kata, but if I remember correctly, in Kata it was mostly through Blood Shields. Now it's mostly through Death Strike, although it's a little bit back to the 50-50. Would you say it's been a fun, engaging tanking these Season 2 dungeons? I have heard a few tanks talk about how similar each pull feels. I mean, I always enjoy tanking, so yeah. The dungeons are very easy for the tank now, which is, again, that's why I want to do higher keys, but the keys we've done on the PTR, I don't feel like they could ever possibly kill me. But the DPS are getting their ass kicked constantly, so I don't know what that means. Like, what are you guys' thoughts on that? Like, do you think that means something, and what does it mean to you? Because like, I don't know what that means. I think it means that like you're gonna have to pull like giganto big to upgrade keys, but then at the same time people are gonna die. So it's like I don't know what that means.
Well, what happened?
A gift of power.
You guys stay right where you are.
Blizzard pulled the Blizzard instead of reverting the tank nerfs. They just made it so nothing could hurt tanks. Yeah, the whole tank nerf concept that is really overblown, I feel like. I like to be stressed as a tank, and tanking should be hard and difficult and a skill to excel at. I like the removal of random tank busters, but I would still like to have them enough to be threatening. Yeah, I don't know that they did anything like that on purpose, but it just seems to me that like tanking is very easy in the content I've tested. Comparatively. So we'll see. Tilt over Customs, what's up? Haven't played Mythic Plus for some weeks. Kind of got bored of Season 1. Maybe Season 2 will bring back the fun. Sweet. Hopefully. Is there such a thing as a random tank buster? No, not really. But I think he's meaning like assorted, like more than random. Ones that don't have like a definitive reason for them to be there. That wasn't done right. That was my bad. I forgot about that mechanic. I wouldn't mind trying like an 11 delve as well, maybe on the PTR at some point. Do the Zalatatha fixes change for season 2? I think they did change some of that, yeah. But now with the changes to dungeons, I don't know. Who's going to be doing those for very long? Exciting that Brew is getting 2 buffs. One I'd absolutely useless, but nice to be mentioned. Gotcha. Wait, one is absolutely useless. Can't wait to hear the music in this dungeon too. Talking about the kind of tank busters like the Bone Claw and Necrotic Wake that are kind of going over people's heads. Oh, really? Yeah, I wouldn't call that a tank breaker myself. I guess that's the kind of stuff that's been removed though, the things that don't have like big wind-ups. Just regular trash mechanics that are not hard anymore, basically. Pow!
My henchmen will dispose of you.
I'll get him, boy.
My power is transcendent. Share in
That's a cool fight. I like that fight. As it says with the current tuning, BM Hunter is the best AoE and single target. Oh, really? What happened that they just got big changes this last build or something?
Stand still. I ain't done with
How the hell did I get hit by that? I'm way behind the mob. That's crazy. Bomb's gonna go off. Talent changes, pack leader rework, gotcha. In the Necrotic Wake 14.
your survival wasn't necessary.
Yeah, there's tank breakers again. Just make sure you don't kill the bosses wrong, I guess. In the Necrotic Wake 14 pugs, I have to pump 3 to 4 million HPS on the second pack and still get rocked to purgatory sometimes. Gotcha. Yeah, that dungeon's hard to survive, no doubt about that one. When I think of a tank breaker, though, I think of like something with like a wind up to it, you know, like, okay, here it comes. All right, we use a CD, we're good. Not like this happens frequently.
Is transcendent. Share in it.
Hey Metro, what do you think about the recent Season 2 changes? I'll have a whole video on it starting tonight once the stream is over. Probably a couple hours later I'll get the video. Not sure what time I'm going to put it up, but... Top Hunter Theory Crafters literally say they could take a 15% nerf and still be #1. It's funny. These don't seem to be doing anywhere near as much damage as the last time we did this dungeon. We can actually blind these guys, so no problem. Only recently learned that you cannot blind mechanical mobs. News to me. Oh, did anybody? Yeah, somebody must have.
A gift
Whoa, that was a lot of damage. Okay. One battle res in there is such a waste.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I don't think it works. I mean, like, I don't think you can really pick. Depends on who you get picked to, too. Yeah, that hits hard. Glad that Challenger's Peril moved to the Guile affix, yeah. It's just like a blank slot now, it's funny.
A gift of power. I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, that guy got me killed by rolling instead of just moving. The guy rolled away and it dragged me into the boss's hitbox, basically. I love the new no key depleting thing. Don't want it to drop below 13. Time all 13s easy. Yeah, I have a big thought on that. I'll wait till the video gets published, but hopefully it's going to work out the way we all want it to. I thought the tank didn't get the root. I think it's probably because somebody else was dead, yeah. Sludge Claw's a good portion magic, I believe, so we'll just AMS that. Yeah, this shit's still really hard, I don't know. It's like harder than it was the first time we did it. Are we testing at a different item level now? 665 still new. Doesn't feel nerfed.
Only the strongest
I don't know what
survive.
the numerical changes would be like. That would be very obvious, right? I don't know. Maybe they're not in. How do you see that? Oh, here, right? Wait. Oh, it still says Challenger's Burden too, though. Oh, wait, no, that's just a regular one. Challenger's Burden is the regular one, but Challenger's Peril is not existing. I think it sounds better in theory than in practice. Maybe it will be different next season, but it always seems like there's one dungeon, 1 to 2 key levels below the other, lowering the floor like Grim Batol. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like I don't think that's gonna work out very well. I think most people probably aren't gonna be satisfied with that because it's hard to time. Like whatever your progression target is, like it might be hard to get even get in dungeons at that level. And I think what that's going to do is it's going to make people only want to play with people who have that. Like, I don't know if there's going to be an achievement or what, but it's probably going to be noticeable. Like, you're going to know that a person has it or doesn't have it. Well, anyway, we'll see how it goes. That's why they're making it all keys, so you can't just hit a score while skipping those dungeons. Right, but I'm saying, like, a lot of people aren't, like, you know, well, I'm never going to upgrade a 14 City of Threads, right? So, like, that's just that at this point. We got lucky to get a 13. Even though we're able to work on 14s. There's an achievement for the 12, I think, but not for every level. Oh, yeah. It said 84% health and damage increase when you put the key in. Yeah, so is that the normal number, or is that, what is that? Have you even tried a 14 city? Maybe once or twice, but... Why would you say that? 13th city didn't feel that hard on my Blood Death Knight. Oh. Yeah, I'm not talking about your guys' characters, I'm just talking about mine. It's not a key I ever expect to upgrade because we like barely got the 13. Like it was almost a perfect run and we still barely got it. So like that's what I was saying. Like at the end of the day, this affix change like that or that keystone change is nothing for me because I'm still never probably gonna surmount like all 14s to be able to stay at 14. Whereas I could probably like realistically expect to do a 15 Eric Care. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the healer is the heart. Yeah, like it's not about me surviving. It's about the key upgrading. The only downside to it for me is it might make people leave more because they can just be like, whatever, I'll rerun it at the same level. Yeah, that's, I think, I don't know. See, I'm waiting to see some comments on what I said in the video. I don't know that it's going to go as well as people think it is. I think the first idea was better. Or it's a score-based thing. All these paladins making healers lazy, I feel. With kick, damage, and sustain. Oh, yeah. This fight, I don't know if they, like, tuned this dungeon or what, but this fight, it doesn't seem like we can even kill this fight. We're gonna have to at least survive 2 sets of mechanics, and then maybe I could solo save or something at the end, but... I think it's better to clear out. Well, no, I guess not. The mechanics are just totally random, like can go anywhere.
A gift of power.
You know what? It puts like a dot on arrow. Oh no, that's just the debuff from that mechanic, I guess. Or what? What's everybody taking? It must be a persistent dot. Yeah, it's yeah, honestly that may be a little overpowered. I thought it was the damage from this that was killing people, but it's not. It's both together.
My power is transcendent.
It's like we're gonna probably get away with this though.
In it.
Dying pretty quick. Looks like the dot might be dispellable. No, that's the thing that's connecting us together. It just does damage over time as well. It's actually quite mechanically generous. With a snap to each other mechanic like this, you would think you would have to react way quicker to some of these mechanics, but they go... Everything goes slow enough that it doesn't really matter.
Of power.
Kinda just got easier, I guess, once we had a couple of deaths. I don't know. Hey, can only welcome. How's it going? So far, so good. How about you?
I'm out of range.
That does a lot more damage than last time we did this. Pretty good. Just waiting for work to be over. Sweet. Hope you have a good day at work. The rest of the work day. The AMSs, I guess. Whoa. Barely. This is a lot of damage. This does not feel nerfed. I gotta check. Somebody, was it Jimmo? 84% was the number. Is that supposed to be the number for 10, or is that not changed from the build that got pushed or whatever? It is supposed to be the number 84. Why is this harder than the last time we did it? The dungeon got changed, I guess. I don't know. Confused by that number. What was it before? What was it supposed to be? If 84 is new, what was the old number for 10? People said because the base scaling for 0 was updated, it's actually harder. Oh. Wait, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, how big of a change was the 0? Has anybody tested that? It's 136 on live? Oh, that's a huge difference, though. The 0 shouldn't have been changed that much, surely. So maybe their goal is actually no net change. That's interesting. Shit. We'll definitely be spending some time on the PTR then. I saw a new graph someone did that had everything 10 and lower is harder and everything 11 and higher is easier than on live. That's Hard to understand why that would be the case, but again, I'm terrible at math.
A gift of power.
They increased the scaling of Guile. That's the 12 one, right? But they decreased it. Like, wasn't the change from like months ago a decrease to it? I was tanking on the PTR. Some of the high-rated tanks I watched feels very boring with tank busters being reduced.
I simply wish
No,
you had
there's no such
lasted
thing
a
as
little
tanking being
longer.
boring. That's, I don't know. Don't know how anybody could say that. Keys up to 10 go up by 7 per key. After that, it's 10% a key. But that was always that way, wasn't it? They decreased the initial amount, but increased the actual scaling, huh? This shit just like totally turns me around. Like, I don't understand. Like, I can't conceptualize of any of these concepts. They don't make any sense to me.
I need to get closer.
Damn, I'm sitting here like thinking like, oh, we're gonna be upgrading some 12s today on the PTR. We might not even. That might not even be. It might be harder.
My power.
86% increase is based off whatever the mobs at 0 have. Yeah, that part I definitely get that part. Just like trying to think about this like sliding scale of changes in a vacuum, it's like seems impossible. I cannot wrap my head around it. And it's because like the 0 is just a raw number, right? And then the percentage gets applied on top of that raw number. So yeah, it's very possible that it is harder, right? But I don't know, does anybody have any data on what the difficulty increase of a 0 was? There are plenty of busters for my defensives. Like the only thing you enjoy about tanking is taking a little bit of extra damage on trash, then I don't know how to converse with you. That's like not even that's nowhere near the fun part of tanking in my eyes. There's plenty of damage just from auto attacks and stuff.
Of power.
The same guy that made the graph also includes a screenshot of mobs having more health in a 0 than in a 2. Oh, so it could be a bug. Yeah, because now that I think about it, the post change they commented on changing 2850 to 3K. Yeah, I actually have it up. It says this is being done to keep it at a comparable level of challenge and prestige. So their goal is definitely to make it easier, or they're aware they're making it easier one way or the other. So it might just be bugged or something. There's nothing on Wowhead about the Mythic 0 difficulty increases. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Oh, we actually don't have to count. Blood Death Knight lets you feel like a god sometimes. Other tanks have trouble with self-sustain. That's true. Okay. Well, this shit is actually way harder, yeah.
Try and die! The superior mind wins. Gigaza!
Like, I saw the last boss of City 13 multiple times because of levers and stuff. That is the best feeling, yeah. Being able to, like, solo save something is, like, a hugely cool feeling. That's kind of what made me fall in love with Blood Death Knight in the first place. If they increase Mythic 0 mobs by 30%, then yeah, PTR would be harder. If not, then it shouldn't be harder. Been trying out Blood Death Knight because of your streams. Thanks. Been playing a Pally and Hunter since vanilla. Oh, sweet. Well, let me know if you have any questions or want to talk shop at all. What is constantly pushing me here? You just can't be right underneath the boss or something? We would need to wait until Blizzard drops the numbers. I mean, the numbers are on the PTR, so I don't think there's going to be anything more. Blizzard doesn't normally comment on like exact numbers of things. The only thing that made me skeptical about it all was that the post says it's not coming out for a few weeks, basically, so. Not sure what changes they would be talking about there. Could be potentially the reward changes, maybe aren't in the game and everything else is, but how does the tier set feel? Just a random ICW? Icebound Fortitude, you mean? Yeah, I mean, obviously having random Icebound procs is really nice. I think that's another reason why people are probably like expecting tanks to be easier this season, because it's a far better defensive set bonus than we've had in the past. That's not the only thing I like about tanking, but like the last boss in Dawnbreaker, where there isn't much to do for a tank, I'd hate for every boss to feel like that. Yeah, well, obviously, that boss is a bit of an outlier, I agree with that, but that's not because of tank breakers. That's just how the fight's designed. So I think you'll be satisfied. Oh. Good. Paladin's still looking like the strongest tank in Season 2? I don't really follow the conversation. Not sure. Can't tell you if the scaling is broken or intentional until I see a Mythic 0 number increase. Yeah, so, but can you just log on and do a 0? Like I can just hop in one and we can see the numbers. The only question is like, here, you know what we can do? We can look at this dungeon. According to Yoda, not as strong as before. What? We should have plenty of time where we just sat there waiting for groups. Oh, prop pal, I got it, yeah. That's surprising because it sounded like they were actually even stronger when we talked about it last week. Yoda also put Blood Death Knight in S tier in his latest video. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be asking. I know this is like really bad, right? Like they literally just made like gigantic changes to the game, and now people are like ranking tanks. Like what? There's like not even. You can't possibly have done any. I don't like that. You guys know that, but okay. So we can check. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to a previous stream. He ranks them after every build. Yeah, that's like you shouldn't be doing that. Like that's really stupid. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to a previous stream. The first stream of this, we should be able to see exactly how much health the mobs have while we're sitting here waiting for groups to form. So that would be this one, right? Yeah, any of these would be fine. Just need to find some footage of me standing there waiting, which should happen a good amount. Okay, so these guys here, everything's got 42.89 million health. Right now it's got 53.61 million health. So what is that? 42.89 up to 53.61. That does not sound like a huge jump. People make easy money on the tier list. I know, but you should not consume them. Like, you really should not. You should not be listening to these people giving opinions on things that they haven't even fully tested, let alone something that's literally in development. Like, that's really not a good... These are not questions you should be asking, and people should not be answering them. That's a 25% increase. Okay, on the dot. So what does that mean for the scaling of 86%? Is it more or less? This should be about the same for live and PTR at a 10. Oh, okay, so 10 should be what? The exact same, or? Yoda does play the game a lot, so I don't think it's completely uninformed. The build just came out yesterday. That's what I'm saying. Like, what? Why would anybody give their opinion on something that's only been out for not even 24 hours? That's ridiculous. The video was before the build, so even more invalid then. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're making, like, massive changes to the game, so... Like... I don't know why. Like, don't consume that. That's, like, content that shouldn't exist. It's totally pointless. PTR 10 is marginally easier than a live 10. Okay. But it's substantially harder than last week's build? Or what? I don't, was there even any changes, or was it the exact same, I guess? Yoda argues that the difficulty of Season 2 shifts from tank's ability to tank the mobs to healer's ability to heal it. Yeah, I mean, maybe at the absolute highest level of keys he's right about that, but, like, we certainly see a lot of problems with healers healing in Season 1 as well, so... It shouldn't be harder than last week's PTR. Okay. So maybe something just changed about that dungeon in general. Let's try some of the other dungeons. Because that dungeon felt way fucking harder. Especially that third boss. My heart's on CD now. We'll just hearth. Okay. Rookery. Do this rookery with these guys. There's still another month until the patch goes live, so maybe we wait until closer to that before we rank tank's viability. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't know why you would even try to make that content unless you're just only there to deceive people. I don't know anything about that dude, but I've heard mostly positive reviews of his content, but that's really fucked up. I think it's just, if I was trying to be altruistic, or if it's trying to be altruistic, it's probably born out of the idea that, well, people keep asking me to rank the tanks every build, so I'm going to do it. It's like, yes, I get why you want to do that, because you want to give your fans what they want. But this is very much a situation where the fans are wrong to want this. Like, you cannot answer this question. It is not a valid reason to make a video on the topic. The conversation should not exist. You should not be asking me to rank the tanks based on a build that's going to totally change next week. And the problem with YouTube allowing that is that the video doesn't go away. So people are going to see that video like 4 builds later, and they're going to think it's still relevant. And it's just causing this weird misinformation and this confusion of people who believe that a tank's ranking is some static thing that needs to be considered every time. Where's the entrance? That's actually back here. What was the overall on that key? Well, we didn't actually finish the key. We didn't have count, but people left anyway. That survival guy was really looking like the wrong spec. He did a full 1.2 million lower than 1.21 million lower than the other guy. Tier list videos make money, simple, and as content creators in World of Warcraft, a 20-plus-year-old video game, we have an obligation to make videos that are more than just things that make money at this point. I think that's really, hopefully content creators that are at the front edge of this conversation are not simply just trying to make money with their videos. I would hope to hear that that's not the case from anybody. If Mythic becomes so unpopular, you can no longer do it. What is next? The fuck are you talking about? I don't know. Different video game, I guess. They nerf survival some weird changes too, to be honest. And BM is just god tier, yeah. Sounds like BM's really broken then. Mythic needs to be popular. Raids hardly stress the tank good enough anymore. You talking about Mythic Plus? Was that comment about Mythic Plus? Mythic Plus will always be fun to tank simply because the higher up you go, the more tank involvement there is, you know. That's why I said before about that conversation. Like, even if there was 0 tank breakers, quote unquote, auto attacks and interrupts and just pulling large enough and all this stuff, like, this is still always going to challenge you as a tank. Everyone can do delves now. What is that? I have no idea what you're bringing up. They put 2 really good talents as a choice node, and that just pissed off all the survival mains. Oh, like 2 of the best talents are now you can only take 1 or the other. Damn. Alright, well, this dungeon was the one that was the hardest for us when we tested it last time. So we'll be able to compare, I guess, because like the last time we did Operation Floodgate, it was the easiest. I wouldn't really say it was much harder in terms of the mechanical density or anything, but the tuning was definitely way harder. The best thing about all those Mythic Plus notes, they actually added a checkpoint to all the keys. Oh, really? So there's a new one in here, or what? I don't think the difficulty's set to Mythic. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not my key, though. Signed up to somebody else's this time. There's 2 new checkpoints in here. Whoa, that's cool. Be interesting to see where they put them all. Priory's at the second boss, I think. That's cool. Dungeon difficulty set to normal scaling, 1 to 5. Is that a new thing? I've never seen that before. The minecart place is a checkpoint and right before the second boss. That's cool. We'll definitely have to do that one today too. Would you rather everyone have current AoE caps, all uncapped AoE, or every class capped? I don't think about it ever. So I don't have a preference. What's this? Metro, I'm surprised you didn't make a video yesterday. Usually you run home and make a video. Yeah, so if you couldn't tell what happened with the channel, I had I'm pretty sure these changes got posted. Oh, it's just like a door. That's cool. Let's see if it says when they got posted. Is this the post? Yeah. Wait. 12:01. So it was actually a little bit later. I just didn't see it initially. But yeah, they basically posted like the same time. Oh, I think I was just recording at that point. That's why I missed it at 12. But anyway, I had recorded a video, or I had published a video at 1 yesterday. And so I think I was recording, and then I came and saw the changes, and it was like 1:15. So I was like, oh, too late. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't. Like, the other video is there too, so you can't like have 2 videos live at the same time, pretty much. But I'll have a video on it. It'll be live tonight. Debating re-recording it now that we've done some PTR testing. But maybe I'll just make a second video on the PTR stuff down the road, down on the weekend or something. I don't know. We were talking about making more DPS specs viable while removing some caps. Was curious if you had thoughts. No, I think all DPS specs are viable currently. If they were non-viable for pure damage numbers, it wouldn't be because of caps. There's very few times in keys right now that you pull large enough for the caps to come into play reliably. Usually it's simply just due to, like, if you're pulling that big, it's going to be fodder, basically. So it doesn't really matter how much damage people do. To be honest, the Mythic Plus changes made me resub on the spot to try and learn to heal. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. Why? What specifically was so interesting to you? I bet a lot of people probably really like the currency and the reward changes more than anything, huh? Hard to find healers. This was always the problem with the PTR. I never wanted to heal on the PTR because there was like add-ons that I relied on that never worked properly, but nowadays I'm sure everything works a lot better. They announced today they raised a weekly cap of Gilded Crest from Delves. I saw that. It was just data mining, but yeah, I saw that. What's this, a Horde? Horde Embassy? Oh, is there an Alliance Embassy somewhere? Wanted to give it an honest try. Got back to healing in Final Fantasy XIV, so wanted to follow suit. Oh, sweet. Rawl said healing on PTR isn't fun because you can't really test builds. You can do bad DPS, but not bad healing. Can't really test builds. What is that? I don't get that. What does that mean? Hey, what is your favorite new Mythic Plus in the PTR? I tend not to have a favorite. Like, you gotta run them all equally, so having a favorite usually causes bad habits. Have you seen the data mine quality of life improvement on coagulopathy? No. Is that just posted now or something? Oh, here's the answer to that question before. So there is an achievement for every single level. Goes all the way up to 25, wow. So that's an interesting thing though, that it goes to 25, because that tells you that they do not expect people to do past 25. So yeah, there is an achievement. So I think this is probably not, I think this is gonna end up, I'm not sure. I don't even want to say it out loud because I think it's gonna cause some gatekeepy shit. Where people are like, alright, you want to come to my 13, you have to have the achievement for all 13s done. Which could be a good thing in the long run, because I think it might encourage people to do their own key more. Like, I hope, the reason that I hope this system is good is because I hope it will encourage me to do my own key more without feeling like I'm fucking up. But I don't think it will. Because like I said, if I need 14 City of Threads and my key's capped at 13, that doesn't really help me. It requires everyone to have the achievement? No, I was saying groups will. Like, you know how people are overly, like, they think too good of their group as it is, right? How do you feel about season 2 or just 1? Or were you happy with how, I guess season 1, were you happy with how it turned out, or are you happy with the difficulty being nerfed? I was very happy with season 1. I think season 1 was the most fun season I've ever done, to be honest. Yeah, I think people are gonna gatekeep based on the achievement, because people already do this. Like, even though they have no reason to do it, right? Like, they have no reason to care if the person's like if you think about it this way, right? The only thing that should matter is if the person is competent in said dungeon that you're about to do. But nobody ever does that. Like, you could have a 15 of a dungeon, but if your score is like 3k, people are like, nah, I'll take the 3.1k guy. You know what I mean? People are already stupid enough that they think like overall score matters more than success in one dungeon. And I think this is going to make that even worse, because now there'll be some kind of tangible in-game reason to care about it. Like if you're just doing like a refill key, like, okay, I want to be doing a 14, but I have a 13 now. Your average player is going to just be like, yeah, I'm not going to take the guy who has the 13 need. I'm going to take the guy who has the 13 farm, you know? But I don't know. It's probably not right because then, like, why are people even doing 13s at that point? I think this season's going to be very, very different now. I think it's going to be like a totally different Pug atmosphere. And I don't know which direction. Like, I'm just not sure it's going to be the same. That's all I could say. If DPS players do bad damage, the boss is just slower. If healer tries a new build and can't heal the checks, you just lose. Back on the growl thing. He means that healers have to be locked in. You just do easier keys, right? I don't get it. Like, you wouldn't try a new build in, like, a progression key on live, would you? Me too. I think people might quickly regret it being nerfed. I don't think it's nerfed either. That's like, it's hard to answer some of these questions now that we've tested that one dungeon. Like, I honestly have to wait to talk about this because that was not nerfed. It's basically the same difficulty based on what we've seen. This is why we need a system like WoWP.io. I know. I really, really, really hope that takes off. I hope season 2 is gigantic for them. Like, I don't know what I can. I don't know what I can do to help them, but I will do anything in my power to help them take off in season 2. It happens in raids as well. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, people already do this weird shit where they're like, well, I only am going to invite people my exact same skill level just because they're like egomaniacs, basically. Like, why would you, like, there's no point in doing that. Like, it doesn't help. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? It doesn't help, but people still do it. And I think it's going to, now this new achievement is going to be like Link Keystone. It's called Resilient Keystone 13. Link Resilient Keystone 13 if you want an invite to my 13. Is the achievement per character or group wide? Group wide. Example, if I gave all 13 times and it's my key for a 13 and someone in the group does not have a 13, does my key still brick? No, it's just for you, of course. It is a achievement that is probably account wide, but it's of course only for the key holder. When is the new season, or when is it planned to be released? We don't know that yet. Definitely February, but, or, well, definitely not January, I guess, but it's very likely to be February, but might still be maybe first week of March. Sadly, there seems to be issues with WoWP not recognizing runs. I've been logging for weeks for 4 tanks and none show up. What realm are you on? I think I know what your issue is. They've talked about it a bunch in their Discord. It seems like they're, for some reason, having some kind of technical issue with realms that are not one word. Or maybe it's not just one word, but maybe it's words that are like hyphenated or something like that. Oh, you're on Antonitis? Not the problem I thought then. I don't know what that problem would be. I haven't had any issues getting mine recognized. And it seems like the only thing they're understanding as an issue is that if the realm is like Zul'jin, there's something wrong with that being the whatever comma in the word. I always invite the player that has timed it at the level below the key I posted because they will try harder. Yeah, that's how I would do it too. I would rather somebody who needs the key for score than somebody who doesn't, yeah. But like I said, people are, it's like a weird like ego thing. Like I think like they're like, well, I'm not going to play with somebody worse than me, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like what? There's a Discord. I've been trying so hard to resolve the issue. Yeah, there's a Discord. I don't know. Yeah, I don't, it's not my Discord. I'm not going to give it out. I don't know where people find it, but there's like almost nobody in there. So there is currently 43 people in the Discord. 3 of which are viewers and in my Discord. So I don't know if that helped people get in or something. I don't know, but at least 3, I guess. And then 2 of which are devs. So there's really only, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of organic traffic in there, and I'm not sure why that's the case. I don't know if they're not publicizing it and they don't want a ton of like random people in there. So that's why I'm hesitant to just give it to people. But that was like, there's like no posts most days, like 0 comments in there one day. In fact, somebody just posted, is this project still alive? Alrisha replies, yes, this project is still alive. It will take a bit for the next big update with bug fixes, as we are working on some other features to come with it as well. I don't remember anyone being asked to link Keystone Master. Probably won't happen for higher keys either, since people just look at Radar.io, but who knows what'll happen. That I just kind of gave the counterpoint to that. Did you not hear what I said? Like, people already look at like Radar.io as an average, even though the player may be less successful at one dungeon than somebody else. Like, people would rather take a 3.1k player who has a 14 of a dungeon than a 3k player who has a 15 of a dungeon. And that's like been something that you could observe since Legion. So now that there's something in game, I could easily see people only wanting, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you know your key doesn't go backwards, and you know somebody's doing your key because they can't do their own key because theirs still go backwards, would you take them? I think a lot of people wouldn't. It's just like an ego thing. Like, they're like, nah, I'm not going to take you unless you're in the exact same progression point as I am. I don't know. With keys not depleting anymore next season, has your view on leaving keys changed? No, they're still going to deplete. They just don't always go backwards, and that we've been talking about. That's not... yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Would you consider making a video on the basics of how the WoW IO and how to navigate the page and see logs if it takes off in Season 2? I will do anything in my power to help raise awareness and comfortability with the website. So yeah, if Season 2, if it comes around and you still have that question in Season 2, remind me and I'll do what I can to make a video on whatever topic it is. 12 plus keys are going to have an insanely high disband rate. I mean, they already do. See, like, that's the problem. Like, I know it's going to be different. I just don't know how different it's going to be. Because, I don't know. Like, you still have to upgrade 12, all 12s to be able to have a 12 not deplete. And then, like, at that point, like, does anybody care? I don't know that many people do only their own key, you know what I mean? So I just can't, I don't know. This is like a confusing thing to do it this way. It made a lot more sense before. Now it's like, now I'm not sure anybody's actually going to do anything with this. Will you start running your own key with the changes? Probably not, but maybe. We'll see how kind of like the social meta evolves around this topic. Okay, this is still on normal. You're kind of forced to do your own key for progression as a DPS. I see a lot of people in keys. I mean, if that was true, you'd never have DPS. I mean, you have a really crappy pull like 5 minutes in, you now have the option to restart. Only if your key is protected, that's what I'm saying. But a lot of people are, like, think of it this way, right? If my key's protected, and I invite 4 people who do not have the key protected, is it my obligation to rerun the dungeon with them? How do you feel about that? Because if not, then levers are maybe even more problematic. I don't know, man. Like, I don't think this is going to work out as well as people think it is. It may be worse. DPS, you probably have already timed at the same key level at a minimum. Oh, yeah. Key depletion should not exist at all. It makes no sense. When you complete a key level, you have proved you can do that level. I would tend to agree that it shouldn't exist at all, but I've been giving them that feedback for a long, long time. If the healer doesn't have the juice on the first pull, I'm finding a new one. See, that's what I'm worried about. So people are literally going to be like, nah, this isn't as perfect as it can be. I'm going to find a new group. Thanks, guys. How do you feel about that? If you were in that boat as one of the 4 people that got invited to the key, would you be fine with people doing that? If your key is protected at this point, I don't see an issue disbanding and getting better players. I just explained it. Yeah. So how do you feel about it as the opposite? Like, you're trying to get a dungeon done. You need this dungeon to be upgraded so you can finally get your key protected for that level. But people who already have it protected keep removing you. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like saying like, oh, well, we could probably still upgrade this, but I don't care. I'm going to find a better group for this. Because, like, that's really the heart of leaving at It's like the most offensive part of it. Like people constantly leave keys that can still be successful. So now I think it's going to be even worse, potentially. It's human nature to always take the path of least resistance. Yeah, but unfortunately in taking the path of least resistance in a lot of these situations just makes players worse. Could see some people complaining about getting kicked first pull for low DPS. That's what I mean, yeah. Like if I have my key protected and you're signing up to my key to get score for your key to then become protected after we upgrade the key, but I already have this idea in my head that like you're below me because you don't have this already and you're not playing very well in the beginning, I might just quit. Like, you know what I mean? And yeah, there would be no penalty for me, but there would be a penalty for you. You would have wasted all your time with it, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think this is maybe worse. Like, this may make this worse. It's all fun and games until you're the one removed. Yep, that's what I mean. Like, is this like a new thing that people are going to now complain about? I think so. Although I guess not, because a lot of people are probably not. The people who complain all the time aren't even doing real keys. So the key levels they're complaining about won't be protected. I just hope the game will be in a better state when the next expansion comes out. The game's in a great state. It's just the community, unfortunately. I do think a solo queue is inevitable. It's just how long it takes them to realize it. Could see or that. I think what people really want is after you time all 12s, your 13s become. That's what I mean. Like it's like a monkey's paw thing, right? Like you're not getting what you think you're getting here. In reality, it's just gonna make pugging a little bit weirder, I feel like. I can't separate the community from the game. Well, you'll do well to try because it's definitely a different thing. With solo queue, I would play a lot more. Gotcha. That will never work. Depletes need to exist. It sucks that they do, but they need to. Well, we drafted a reason that they probably won't in a solo queue system, if that's what you're referring to, but we'll see what happens. That's obviously not happening right now. Metro joined someone's protected key, and they see some non-meta pull. Group leader, all right, guys, I'm out. That's what I mean. Like, it's very likely. Like, that's probably going to happen, right? The only reason it wouldn't happen now is because people are like, well, we can at least try it, but they're not going to, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's going to be probably even more disbands now because of that. The game is great. I introduced my brother to WoW and Mythic Plus, and now he has the bug. Oh, sweet. The idea that this is going to help inviting non-meta specs is a pipe dream. That definitely won't be the case, yeah. That will not improve the pugging, like, variabilities. Did they update the swirlies? A while ago, yeah. With no consequences of a protected key, disbands may increase. I didn't think about that. I think they would increase, yeah. I'll make a whole separate video on this topic, honestly. Oh, we can't actually run out here? I thought this would be a way to reset it. Did that guy just fucking blow us?
Your survival wasn't necessary.
What I meant was mostly if the protected key is like literally no hope of being timed, I think it's fair of the leader to call it a disband and not go for completion. I don't really see anything changing on that front. Like I still have the same opinion. Like if everybody disagrees with the key leader and he wants to stop, then I'm still against that. But that's not really in play. Like that's just that's something else entirely in my eyes. Because there's no reason not to finish it either, you know? I guess it would change the dungeon. That's the only reason, yeah. But I think like in that, like I said, in that boat, like if you're willing to be like, all right, we can run it together again. You guys can we can just start again. Would he be in the wrong for wanting to have his key not change? Yeah, I would still say so, yeah. Like I said, if everybody is not agreeing, then like this is just a social thing. This isn't nothing to do with keys not depleting or whatever. If you do something that 4 other people don't want you to do, then you're being selfish and you should not do that. That's just the way I look at it. But I think like in this boat, you know, if you want that, like, all right, listen, I don't want to finish this key. I want to run it again until I upgrade it. Then everybody want to stay and we'll do it with you. Then that's fine. Like, you know, then, okay, at that point. And if you don't want to stay, then like, all right, well now you can just leave. But if you're like, yeah, no, I'm leaving and kicking all 4 of you guys, then that's just really selfish, yeah. But like the good thing about this is we have like a lot of historical perspective for this topic. In challenge modes, it worked really well because people would oftentimes not want to sit there and rebuild groups. Like if I have a key that I know I can just keep doing over and over again, I find the best group I can, and I'll just try it 4 or 5 times with them until maybe we succeed. And if it looks like after maybe 2 or 3 attempts we're not making any progress, then I think most people would be like, all right, yeah, we'll stop. Like, it's just not working with this group, you know? But I worry that people would be more like the opposite, where they're like, yeah, fuck you. You're not perfectly maximal. I don't want you in my group anymore.
A gift.
And that never really happened in the past, so if you start seeing that, then you know you got problems. Deplete serve no value other than to make the game less fun. That's definitely not true. Obviously, they're not doing that to make the game less fun. They're making the game, the progression, be like, they want you to care more about success rate. That's the big thing. Okay, so that's their answer to this problem. It's not a great answer, but it's better than nothing, I guess. You can now actually see where the beam is starting. There's an actual indicator now. Yeah, a little bit better. Definitely not perfect still, but... Is Mythic Plus as toxic in your estimation as people seem to say? I can count toxic moments this season on one hand. I think most people have no idea what the fucking word toxic means, to be honest. They just say, like, anything that wasn't a pleasant experience is also toxic. So that's not what that word means in my eyes. So no, I would say no.
A gift of power.
Vote to disband option, like they have in Final Fantasy 14 would work. Final Fantasy 14? Well, I think that requires a solo queue one way or the other. Yeah, they nerfed the fight too, it looks like. The lightning goes away now. Just a big nerf to this fight. Imagine they brought the disband and forfeit button and you were literally locked into a key for a certain amount of time. Well, that's the way it should be. If you sign up to a key and you try to leave 30 minutes, like before 30 minutes passes, and everybody doesn't agree with it, then, like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, don't pug. Is he actually? He's still taking damage in his face, yeah, okay. I agree that you sign up. You already agreed to be in the dungeon at the minimum for the time limit. Yep, that's the way I look at it too. I get it, you know, people talking about being in a key for like over an hour or something like that. A lot of people probably wouldn't like that, and there may be some groups here and there that try to get somebody in there for that long, but I think most people were not going to want to stay for that regardless. Like, very unlikely. What is this? The fuck is this nonsense? There's just trash sitting here now? How did that get aggroed? Got to 3K on my Mistweaver and started to mess around on Death Knight, who I just got to 80. Been running 2 to 3 keys and had a priest rage out because the tank messed up the first pull. That would have been a good one to record and send in. Did they change the trash too? What if 2 minutes in everyone realizes there is no way it's happening or even completing? Then everybody would agree and the vote would pass. It really worries me when like people come up with these bizarre hypothetical situations to just try to pretend like you're not a scumbag. Like I don't know. I've never seen anybody actually argue this in good faith. All these like it's very, very, very easy. If everybody agrees to stop doing the dungeon, you can stop doing the dungeon. Otherwise, stay in the fucking group you signed up to. If you can't do that, then stop hugging. That's all there is. There doesn't need to be any other discussion. If you're not able to look at that in that way, then you are somebody who should not be pugging, in my opinion. There's going to be a mismatch of expectations in the pug world, so you need to be able to adapt to that. And it sounds like very few of the people arguing that are willing to adapt to that, meaning that they shouldn't really be pugging in the first place. Because I don't think that's optional. Crash feels a lot easier. I feel like there's a whole mechanic missing. Didn't the guy used to like leap and do something that just took that mechanic out? Outing a lot of serial quitters. It's just one guy, of course.
A gift.
Is there some kind of resonance if I send in my run? Resonance? I sent in a video via mail and Google Drive link, but I don't know if it even got to you. Oh, did you send one in? I'm like super backed up on them, unfortunately, but if you sent an email to me, I got it. Like, I don't think there's any way for it to not be sent. Today we wiped on a boss, and some say key is done, but we still did it happily, and he was only 1 minute over timer. For me as a healer, I got some data to improve next run. Yep, that's what I'm saying. I think like everybody can learn from every run, first of all, and the fact that you say it that way, it was only 1 minute over timer. Like that's, yeah, I think a lot of people would be surprised at how easily, yeah, like how quickly people give up. You'd be surprised at how many keys are definitely still timeable that people leave regularly. The Leap Void Crush is still there. It just doesn't leave area denial anymore. Oh, okay. That's cool. Which rune would you use for Sandland? I don't play Sandland. I have no idea.
My power is transcendent. Share.
I just came in here to get my Papow fix. Well, you missed the dungeon that started it all. We did it before. And we may do it again today, because that one was a really strange outlier. This dungeon's been nerfed, so it's like really hard to compare. This is not what I wanted to test today. But we'll definitely try to do one of every dungeon today. I guess there's only 5 available, but I do still have scrolls for last week's 2 of the 3. Theater's gone, which would be the one that if we could do again, I would like to do theater, because that was the one that seemed the easiest from last week.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Okay, well, the bosses ultimately were the hard part, but the first boss was very easy, so we'll see what the second and third one look like. That last boss seemed bugged, I think. It's good to see that they're finally, like, actually able to get the dungeons testable when they're supposed to be testable, though. Although it was actually testable before, yeah, this was up before. I don't know why the fuck I popped Rune Weapon there. That was not intelligent. But I want to make a video on my thoughts on like changes to difficulty as well, and then I want to make a video on my thoughts on the potential levers situation. So maybe this weekend we'll have a lot of videos. Having a system where you're forced by the game to stay in keys until a vote would only work with solo queue anyway. Yeah, they obviously wouldn't. They wouldn't do that without solo queue one way or the other. I think they will do it. I think solo queue is coming. I just don't know when. Hope it doesn't get too easy. I really enjoyed Season 1. Well, the good thing about Mythic Plus is it can never get too easy because there's always higher keys. What if it's the 4th Tuesday of the month, the moon is waning, there's a rabbit, my friend? You're making up funny situations, yeah. That's what it feels like a lot of the times. You can come up with some like extremely niche situation for why it's alright to leave a key. It's never going to happen enough that the punishment would matter. You guys are like really trying to drop those puddles well, it looks like. Lost at 50% health. Getting hit by Twilight Devastation beams. Like, I have a lot to say about what I think the difficulty of the season is going to look like, and I think this fight is showing it. This is a very difficult fight numerically, and we're not wiping to that. We're wiping to people standing in puddles and getting hit by beams. And I think a lot of people falsely attribute difficulty to things that aren't unavoidable. Like, if you die to a beam on this fight, how could you possibly say the fight's too hard? Like, I don't know. And I think that's a real problem with people talking about difficulty in this game, and I think that's why this season is probably still going to be just as hard as Season 1. It's not necessarily a thing about the tuning, it's a thing about the mentality. And I think Delves have done worse for the mentality than anything else.
My power.
And Blizzard actually acknowledged that in their post yesterday, which kind of scares me.
Share in it.
They might have just acknowledged it because there's public outcry about it, but I think there's also probably statistics that are supporting the reality of it. I joined a queue with Blood Death Knight tank because I wanted to play with Metro. Halfway through the queue, I realized the tank wasn't Metro. Can I then quit? Yeah, that's a good reason, yep. I felt Season 2 will be more easy to get 3K, but after that, it will start difficulty keys. Well, we'll see. Yo, Metro, at the airport waiting to fly home. Oh, yeah. I don't remember where you were, but I hope you're safe and everything goes well with your flight. Are most healers on the PTR Mistweavers? I guess. Yeah, they're common. That checkpoint was definitely better than the previous one. We had to start at the beginning of the dungeon last time, I think. Hey, Jamie, what's up? Welcome. I've been good. Congrats on 33K subs. Thanks, but unfortunately, we keep going below. Last weekend, I got to 33K for the first time, and then went back, and then went back up, and then went back below, and back up, and back below. Didn't really gain a lot of subs on YouTube, especially when there's not a lot of content going on. I thought they were definitely going to nerf delve rewards to champions, but they added stuff for, they added crests instead. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know how hard an 11 delve is. I definitely want to test that out too. Maybe at some point on this part of the season we will. I've heard one of the common complaints about Rookery is the high number of kicks in the first area. No, that's just the mob types. What am I dying to? You don't know how to answer that question yourself?
The invaders are vanquished. My duty done.
Have you ever considered double streaming? Yeah, I was considering it at one point when I saw Alex do a really interesting thing. He was double streaming. Obviously, he likes Twitch. What he did was on YouTube, he would make it so you can't chat. Like there's a feature on YouTube, you can turn the chat off totally for your stream. I was thinking if Twitch allowed that, I would do that as well. Like, all right, if you just want to watch on Twitch, you can, but obviously it would encourage people to then come to the YouTube chat. Because I do not want to have two chats. It's too confusing. That's why I stopped. I used to double stream back in Legion, but it was too confusing. There'd be people talking to each other, or there would be people talking, and I would be reading their replies, and people would not know where the replies was. And like I had to tell them, like, oh, that's in Twitch. Like, so people were constantly like bouncing back and forth to have conversations. So I wouldn't do it unless and basically Twitch doesn't allow that from what I can tell. They don't allow you to permanently turn their chat off. Anyway, Kamari, welcome. How's your day going so far? Well, I thought this would be the easy fight. You can set it to emote only mode and have a bot regularly tell people to go to YouTube. Yeah, you probably could, but I just don't really care at the end of the day. I don't really like Twitch and I don't really support their business practices, so I'm good YouTube only. It was just something I had thought about at one point.
A gift of
Good, bud. Wife's recovering well. How's the keys going? Yeah, we're testing out the PTR changes, so as expected there. Things are not exactly what I expected them to be on the difficulty side, but we'll see as we continue to test. I want to try to do one of all the dungeons available today. We'll see how that plays out. You're a great streamer. You respond to all your viewers and legit engage with conversations with all of them. I think you would kill it on Twitch. Oh no, I fucking this is the opposite. Twitch would kill me. 11 delves feel bad because at your gear level nothing is threatening, but the mobs take forever long health bars. Oh really? I definitely want to try it on the PTR at some point. Maybe if we get all the dungeons done once today, I will do one at the end of the stream or something. I'm gonna pick a random guy in melee now, yeah. One of us. I really don't want to do this again, but I guess I'll just wipe. I should have logged on the PTR, been bored on live, and I have no idea about the old dungeons. Yeah, definitely get going. We can do some together if you want. There's been quite a lack of interesting cinematics this expansion. Oh yeah, cinematics. You mean like... I don't know, what are some examples of things that you've seen in the past? Like there's gonna be a new one with the new raid, obviously, but... have you seen the new Karazhan Crypts dungeons? No. No time really for SOD, unfortunately. Even though I think I would like it. I pick up kids in a half hour. Alright. Well, we'll be back maybe tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I don't know what this guy. Did he just like walk back into the puddle? I'm really confused. Looks like the puddle expands is what's going on there. It's like slowly getting larger. I recall you telling me you have a video about how you got into WoW and personal stuff on your page, but I can't seem to find it. Do you mind linking it? I mean, I don't have it handy, yeah. There should be a playlist called Metro Lore, I think is the name of the playlist. It's like 2 or 3 videos about just me and my like experience with the game that gets answered or gets asked frequently. This fight actually really is just very annoying. Once people start to die, it's very annoying.
No, the invaders are vanquished. My duty done.
What does the circle on players even do? I think it's just damage, yeah. Doesn't have anything to do with the slam now. What a run back? That's the updated run back. I'm pretty sure that's more generous. Good thing you will still get 15 seconds knocked off the timer per death. Not anymore. Not on 10s, but... I don't get why your key still depletes below 12 when you complete the dungeon on 12 before. You mean like you don't... Why do you have to complete all dungeons? Well, okay, so the reason that they're doing that is because they want you to demonstrate that you've mastered that level before they're allowing you to have that happen. That's pretty clear, but you're saying like, why should depletes exist at all, basically, right? That's the foundation of your argument. I agree with you that deplete shouldn't exist at all, but Blizzard doesn't, and I think the reason they don't is because they want progression to be slow and meaningful. They don't want you to just throw hundreds of attempts at a key before you finally, you know, I don't think they want that. I'm not necessarily sure why they want that, but that seems to be what they want. It's basically just a different system than like raiding or something like that, where you're allowed to just throw hundreds of attempts until you've demonstrated it. And I don't necessarily love it, but that's how it's been for a very long time, so I don't think it's likely to just go away overnight. Alright, well, Mercury didn't really get a lot of looks at. Let's see if we can try another one. Warm-up runs, what? It's a PTR, brother. Alright, we'll try it again with them. Where's this entrance? I always like can't find it. Oh, over there. Again, they have it on normal or something. So we got Bombkin, Windwalker, and Destro. Hopefully we can get past that boss so we can see the end, because I think that last boss is the one that we want to see the most. Hey Hero, welcome. It's going as it is always going on the PTR. People are just dying of very easily avoidable mechanics over and over again in the last group. How balanced do you think things are on the PTR right now? Do you feel like it's close to being released? I don't. I'm not really even thinking about balance. That's not something I ever think about. Like, I play the same spec no matter what, so I don't care about balance. But no, I think there's a lot of changes still to come, if that's your question.
And the Storm Riders corrupted.
If your question was like, is the patch coming soon, that definitely, like, balance will not play a factor into whether it is or isn't. Blizzard isn't going to delay patches because of that. Like, balance changes are never stopping, so they'll always be something that needs to be tuned at some point. Is the PTR limited? Every time I've tried to log on, there's no realms currently available. Nope, not limited. You're probably just logging onto the wrong account or something, or the wrong client or something. Good afternoon, Daisy. Welcome. My guild did the Karazhan Crypts attunement and dungeon last night. Despite the PvP headaches, the dungeon experience was incredible. Oh, that's cool. So that's actually in the live game now. I don't fully understand what the sanctified gear thing is. It's apparently causing a lot of discussion. Could somebody explain to me briefly what sanctified gear is and why it's so hot topic? Sanctified is armor that buffs your class trinkets to make you stronger only in Naxxramas. Oh, it buffs your class trinket. That's interesting. That is not what I assumed it would be. And what class trinkets are something that you get from Naxxramas, or you already had at that point? It's a scaling raid buff system for Nax. I think the hot topic is it goes up to 300% damage and health increase. The original conversation... Why do I still have a fucking belt on? Anyway, the original conversation... The fucking metal on my belt keeps, like, digging into my stomach. Anyway, the original conversation that I saw people complaining about was... It's gonna, like, make it so you have to wear, like, the sanctified gear is, like, that's it. Like, there's nothing else, and people don't like that, because in Classic, it's, like... more notable that there's lots of gearing options and things may be different for each spec. You get the trinket when you start the Scourge Invasion questline. You basically start powering it up and upgrade the trinket. Oh, that's kind of cool.
A gift.
That's a very retail-like system, though, and I agree with people. People were saying that. That makes sense why people were saying it's a system that doesn't seem right for Classic. What about balance between key difficulty? Again, I don't have enough experience to answer those questions, unfortunately. Like, we're constantly playing, like now this group's just annihilating this key, right, compared to the last group. So it's like, yeah, there's just, it's too hard to see, like, are we playing with people who are all the same competency level? It's hard to know if the difficulties we're having are because of the players or because of the content. They fixed that complaint. You don't only need to wear Sanctified now. The Sims are showing very high DPS, but we haven't tested the content yet. Gotcha. Well, cool.
A gift of power.
Because with new achievements we were talking about, the keys will need to feel close, or else Rookery 14 will be the roadblock. Well, that's what I'm, yeah, they're never going to be. Like, there's always going to be a dungeon that's easier and always one that's going to be harder than the average. That's just not possible for it to be perfectly balanced. But hopefully, if they have this achievement, like something like this, you know, forcing progression to be even across all 8 dungeons, they maybe will be more likely to tune that, you know? Because in the past, they've been very, 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 very slow and hesitant to tune it that way. But perhaps if they know that they have to, like because of the achievement, then they will. We'll see. Garrett Crypts was really fun. It's like a scary dungeon crawling experience. Oh, really? It's not like you're... What do you mean, a dungeon? I don't... Yeah, I guess I'll have to look at a video of it or something. It sounds great. I really just don't have any time for it, unfortunately. I wish I had time, but... Too many things going on in my life. Too many competing interests.
Of power.
That's really the biggest issue. It's like... It's just too many fucking great things going on right now. The entire dungeon is pitch black, and your tank carries a torch, and hunters can drop flares. Whoa. Well, that's interesting. So it's like not pug friendly at all then, basically. Little secrets and hidden rooms. Yeah, that does sound cool. Oh, what the fuck? That knocked me all the way across. That's, I don't know if that's good luck or bad luck. That ring, he didn't hit a single mob with the ring. What the hell? That was funny. It's not, no. There's a lot of mechanics and puzzles to solve. Wow, that's very unique then. Okay, so is there trash directly under us? That boss seems easy. They changed it. It's a lot easier now, yeah. A lot easier now. Yeah, it looks like this trash is again aggroed somehow, and I don't understand how. I think it's just some bug. Maybe it's pets. Do we have pets in this group? We have a warlock, right? Okay, like that definitely, yeah, that's, yeah, it looks like the warlock pet is just like running over to it. First room is night and day compared to the first testing. Way, way, way better. Yep. Easier by a lot. And it's not close. That's what I seem to think.
A gift.
Trash getting mowed over by this group though. And just destroying this dungeon. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's impossible to know. Like, are these players just way better than the other ones, or maybe those guys were like really, really bad? Like, I don't know. I remember pulling all the trash up to the second boss on Heroic. Well, they made the trash a lot easier too. There was this really high area denial profile on this trash, but they did change that as well. People are doing like all 16s, but say Theater 14 is impossible. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, I agree. But it's always going to be there, unfortunately, so hopefully they'll be able to tune it better this time. The thing about putting new mechanics in Classic is it can often feel awkward. Classic has limited mobility and very few interrupts. You saying, I don't, what is, I'm not sure what point that is making. Like, you think it's not very good then because of that, or you think it's, I don't know. You mean it's fresh, like, because it's not that? I don't know what you mean there at all. You record the keys in the PTR as well? No, I didn't. I probably should have, but
Share in it.
the only reason I actually record the runs for the off the live stream is because I want to put them in the spreadsheet without it being one link to a VOD, you know? So in this case, if we want to review something, we can always just look at the stream. But probably skip that mob. Let's go all the way here. These guys are just running this shit. Not anymore. A lot of casters in this dungeon. A lot of mechanics felt a tad clunky because our classes have very few defensives. Oh, okay, so yeah, that's what you were getting at. Classic definitely has a problem with that. That's why my approach was simply just pile on all difficulty. Oh, there's like a healing reduction.
Only the strong.
Basically make all, like,
survive.
instead of adding new mechanics that you have to react to, just make everything that currently exists way, 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 way harder. And just give you way more tools to deal with it. That's always been my approach for difficulty in games. But I know in like an MMORPG it probably doesn't work out very well, and people are gonna try to, you know, exploit it or whatever. Try to game it one way or the other.
A gift of power.
Oh my god. He's not going great on these packs. For example, there was a boss in Kara that constantly casts Blizzard and freezes your party in place. The cast was interruptible, but nobody had an interrupt. Yeah. Did they not add interrupts with Season of Discovery, though? I thought they would. Like, a lot of classes simply don't have one.
A gift of power.
Does Blood Death Knight feel S tier like the videos? I'm not referring to those videos. To talk about S tier and shit, like, you have to have a understanding of the other tanks, and I don't right now, so one way or the other I can't answer that question. Blood Death Knight has seen 0 significant changes. Like, really, actually 0 changes, but just, I guess some very small things that you can consider. So I don't know why all of a sudden Blood Death Knight would be a better pick than it is currently, but they gave hunters a 2 and 3 second silence on an epic glove that drops in Karazhan. Oh, okay. But not. Oh, I guess we're done. Man,
A gift of
brutal video game.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Are you still enjoying WoW? I haven't touched it in 2 months now, waiting for season 2. Yeah. Are you asking like, how is it possible that I'm still enjoying it, or are you asking me, am I still enjoying it? I am still enjoying it. Are you still? Yes, of course. I'm always enjoying WoW. Been playing it for 20 years, pretty much weekly for 20 years, so those days of potentially wondering if I'll enjoy it are behind me. Addiction is real. That's definitely not how I would describe it. So bad that people leave a dungeon on the PTR. What is the point when the point is to test it? I know, it's really fucking stupid. PTR is actually like a terrible testing environment, which is sad. Yeah, leaving keys on the PTR is just ridiculous. Just enjoyed the game. Took 10 years off and came back once my kids were old enough. Nice. Yes, Sniffles got a long-term WoW story as well. Which begs the question, should there even be a PTR in the first place? I would say no. Like, the testing environment is so poor, I feel like very little actually gets learned by Blizzard, because, like, you have people like that, you know what I mean? Like, how the fuck, what are you supposed to learn from that key? What is this? Is this always here? Oh. Just list our own key. Do we have a rough idea when season 2 is coming out? Not yet, no. What trinkets do you use? Just same stuff as on live, yeah. Oh, actually, no, I have the, I just put this on just because I thought it was fun. Roughly end of February, 1st of March. That's what everybody's assuming, but we don't know anything. Like, there's not been any actual communication on that topic. Well, it's fucking 2:30 already, so I really want to finish the dungeons, but I guess we'll go on to Dark Flame Cleft. Come back to Rookery if we finish the other ones. Hey, Aegea, welcome. It's when Plunderstorm ends. That's the time walking thing also ends, and the Great Push ends the week before. When is that? Does it say it on the calendar? What the hell is that? Oh, that Turbulent Timeways. So that's the thing you're talking about? Turbulent Timeways ends the 25th. So you think that week or the following week? The Cinder Brew tank trinket seems pretty decent. Oh, yeah. That's the one that has no stats on it, right? Is there a vendor for that here? Where can I get those? Up here, right?
Peace, friend.
What's the name of it? It looks like the Keg Smash icon, I think, doesn't it? This one seems like it'd be good, but have to track it, which I'm not really set up to do on the PTR. Cinder Brewstein, that's it. We'll try that out.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Following week would be my guess. That's a good guess. So March 1st or whatever, first week of March. Right before my birthday. It's actually the 4th, so my birthday would be the 2nd day of the patch. Also no heroic week this tier. Oh wait, so mythic. Oh really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. So mythic opens the first week of the season then. Huh. Was that just recently confirmed? I didn't hear about that until today.
If you ever need anything,
Do you know what item level drops from a 0? No. But they did clarify that it's champion or whatever. 2nd week, pretty sure. 2nd week of March. Yeah, because if the patch comes out this week, then there's not going to be a season until the 11th, right? People were just going off something Ian said, that only season 1 would have a heroic week. Oh. I didn't hear about that. Guess we'll find out. Uh-oh. Bill Belichick suggests Super Bowl trophy should be named after Tom Brady. Super Bowl trophy is named after Vince Lombardi, the legendary Green Bay Packers coach who led his team to the wins in the first 2 Super Bowls. However, Bill Belichick said coaches can't win games without the players and suggested the Lombardi trophy should be renamed after Tom Brady, who won an NFL record. Yeah, if you're going to pick a player, I guess that would be the guy. Oh wait, I'm a Dark Flame. This guy said meatery, but that's not the dungeon we're doing. I think the MVP of the Super Bowl is going to be named after him. Oh, really? Did you like Heroic Week, or did it feel like a waste? As a non-raider, I don't really care one way or the other. It's probably better that it doesn't happen for me, I guess. But when we used to raid, I loved it. Yeah, I think it's good for raiding. Gets you the introduction to the content without feeling like you're falling behind if you're not going right into the hardest shit. Okay, so this dungeon, the last time we tested these, ended up being the easiest of the 4 that we tested. So we'll see how that plays out this time. Guess we're pulling everything. Mobs still knock the mobs back really, really far, which I hate. Oh, I thought they run, but no, that's just some stupid fear. I like the week we had only mythic zeros, but it wouldn't matter either way to me. That was just because of the expansion, yeah. I don't think they'll ever be only zeros again. But maybe that's what that might be what Ian was talking about and what people are suggesting that he means when if that gets brought up again. That may be the key. Yeah, that may be the thing.
Is transcendent. Share in it.
I mean, I guess they could still do it. I just don't think they would. We won't have Mythic Zeros first week of the patch. The patch would not have any of the seasonal content in it now. Usually the first week of the patch is not the first week of the season. But in first season, they had it where you can only do zeros the first week of the season because they wanted people to, you know, walk into the content at the right gear level, basically. I think is why they would do it. I'm not really exactly sure why they did it. It's like partially because they changed the way the difficulty of the zeros were meant to work, you know what I mean? Even though they failed to hit the mark on that. But that we just had no Mythic Plus and no Heroic and Mythic Raid.
My power is transcendent.
No, it's like the season doesn't start. The patch comes out and it's not the season yet. It's basically till I get out ahead of potential tuning or bugs, you know? So they can make adjustments before the first week. I felt like we got juiced up going into zeros. It didn't work out at all, but I think that was their reasoning for doing it. What is this? What is this big red circle? Yeah, it's basically just story content, yeah. Or maybe not even that. Could just be systems that aren't related to the season. Like class changes and stuff. The big red circle is your D&D? No. I didn't mean to say circle. I meant to say like pillar, I guess? I don't know what you would call it, but the light.
My power is transcendent.
Well, we're not killing this. Max made a good... The fuck, man? Max made a good point against the delayed Mythic Plus launch. He said it forced different kinds of players to play together, where people would leave groups after they got their trinket. Oh yeah. Is that a good is that a good thing or a bad thing? You're not allowed to spit anymore. I forgot about that. Forgot about levers in Air Kara. Oh yeah, that was something totally different though. Like that. Doesn't actually do the spit, but it's just an emote now, yeah. Emote text doesn't work cross-faction? Oh, that's true, yeah. That was solved by running a trinket-only run? Oh, yeah. Weekly lockout should incentivize staying, right? Oh yeah, that's also a big change for that topic, I guess. They did something else to change it to like get people to stay. I don't remember what though. I got my Mythic Zero sack with speed on my first run, and the shaman spammed me for an hour straight, demanding I sell it to him. Demanding I sell it to him? You should be like, all right, 10 million. No, I demand that you sell it to me for less. Oh, all right, 9 million? 2 million. I don't know how much people would pay for it. I'm sure they were paying a lot, but Mythic Plus is like Mythic plus, but more like more than Mythic, or what? Is that a serious question? I don't know how to answer that question, sorry. Mythic Plus is not in any way related to Mythic rating, if that's your question. It's just a version of the game that they try to use a phrase that made sense to people, so that's why they call it Mythic Plus. But it's effectively a whole new system that's never existed in World of Warcraft before. A scalable dungeon feature that constantly gets harder every time you succeed. People paid some hilarious prices back then for veteran track gear. It's crazy, right? That's nuts. I didn't log in the week heroic dungeon queues dropped and paid the price for it when they randomly raised the queue item level requirement. Oh, really? I got it working, but I'm 70. Do I have to level to 80 on the PTR? No, you just transfer your main over. Yeah, there's a button on the character screen that you can just transfer your character over. Couldn't queue for heroic dungeons and couldn't get the item level required from normal. Didn't even remember. I didn't think that was a problem. You can just do delves, right? Yeah, like the fact that you have a 70 on there, that's from like last expansion's PTR testing. So you could log on that character and see like the time capsule that it is, but ugh. I always like the idea of like my kind of decked out main at the end of an expansion, just leveling that over and over again. It's really fun. It was particularly fun in Shadowlands with the all the power we had going from there to there. Are you a big fan of the changes? I'm waiting and seeing. Let's put it that way. I don't think they're gonna work out as well as people think they are. All around, really. In fact, I may re-record that video and start a new conversation on that. Now that we tested on the PTR. $528 level, eye level from Dragonflight was sick. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I always like that. I feel like the depletion change doesn't help very many people. Yeah, I think for the most part that it's not going to work out the way people think it will. This stuff's got aggroed because of the The knockback, is that what's going on? I'm not sure how we keep aggroing all this stuff. I really like the way you start videos. No intro, no hello, just straight to the subject. Oh yeah, that's do people still do intros? That's kind of like, feels like mandatory now on YouTube because of the way attention spans have gotten.
A gift.
Is that panicked? Is that that big red light? There's the little kobolds dude who jumped down from above. No, this is like 2 extra packs that we aggroed. People still do intros like, hey, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell stuff. Really, I'm surprised because I didn't think people would still watch. Like, the way attention spans have gone, it's like, I'm surprised anybody that's gotta be looked at as like a terrible thing for your channel's engagement nowadays. Is the other Demon Hunter AFK? Doesn't look like it. Oh, was his damage really low or something? I still have my Pips friendship badge in my bags. That's cool. It's good to remain friends, even if you guys don't see each other very often. You get about 5 seconds to make your mark on the TikTok generation. Yeah, that's what I mean. Any wasted time seems like GG, you're done. Okay, this first area is not working out the way I wanted it to.
Of power.
Pip's problem with alcohol led to our separation in the first place? Oh, really? That's sad. I wonder if the bugs from last build are still present when you can get DC'd or whatever. Sometimes I think the internet was a mistake. No, the internet's done far more good than harm. But it's done a lot of harm too. People just don't focus on the good that it's done, I think, a lot of times. The internet is a hallmark achievement of humanity. I mean, I guess. I don't. What are some other hallmark achievements of humanity? It sounds right, but that also sounds overly dramatic, to be honest. DC lever, maybe? No, he like DC'd in the middle of the pack. That guy actually DC'd. It's just whether or not it's still a bug with the PTR, or if he's actually like DC'd for good. Seems like it might be for good. Internet is the worst and best invention. It's the thing that's had the most impact, and I think obviously just like everything human, it could have a huge impact positively and negatively. Was Dragonflight the peak of funny Mythic Plus reacts? That was the start of it, so it's hard to say it was the peak because I never did it before. Dragonflight Season 1 was the first time I started had people submitting keys. I heard the wheel was a pretty good one. Yeah, wheel was up there. It's like wheel, pizza, because you kind of wheel then pizza. Like it almost begets the, like the pizza couldn't be invented without the wheel, right? Because it's the same shape. I guess, I don't know if that's required or not, but. Okay. Start over. But how revolutionary is putting dough, cheese, and toppings together? Exactly, yeah. But I think it's like you can't do it without the wheel, right? And then a wheel is used to deliver pizza too. That's true. You need the delivery. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Without pizza delivery places. It's actually very interesting that pizza was like the first widespread delivery stuff and no other food, right? I guess your older videos were reacting to your own gameplay footage. Yeah, I didn't really ever make, like, it was rare that it was like maybe once a month we made a video on something from the actual stream. This has not become like a weekly thing on the channel until Dragonflight. Do you guys tip your delivery drivers? Yeah, obviously, of course. You don't? That should go without saying. That is the one thing I will always tip for. Who do you think they ring in the ringing depths? Not sure. Pizza is fast and easy. Sandwiches would be too, but they are easy to have at your home. So people don't really order them out. Is that what you mean? I think because way back in the day, pizza was sort of the go-to food for people getting drunk, so they encouraged delivery so people wouldn't drive drunk. Oh, that's got to be it. That's really well said, actually. We should do a poll on what everyone thinks the dungeon with the most funny moments will be. Why would you think it'll be? I mean, I would not have predicted. Like, what would you say season 1's is? Like, I don't even know. We don't really have one in season 1. They're all pretty crazy. Do they get a livable wage as delivery drivers? Not without tips, no. Yeah, delivery drivers are basically like minimum wage. It's like the same thing as like an actual waiter or waitress. And people always talk about this, like the waitress, you know. There's a lot of conversation about waitresses and waiters, but at the end of the day, a delivery driver is doing a much, much, much more important service to you than the actual waiters and waitresses. A waiter can bring you food and help you refill your drinks and stuff in a way that you probably can't do on your own one way or the other. So it's set up for that. But at the end of the day, a delivery driver is going way out of their way for you. And I know that they are paid, but they also would be paid to do nothing as well. So it's mind-boggling how that can be legal. Why? They're still getting paid. They're just not... I don't understand what you mean. I know back in my delivery days, I don't care how rude you are, just leave a freaking tip. You mean like people would call you up and complain at you or something, but you didn't care as long as they tipped you? Cinderbrew will see tanks pulling the whole room, dying, then leaving. Oh, really? A lot of demon hunters too. Are they like moving up in the world? The thing about delivery, and that I think is also like, so this is totally like maybe a sharp opinion here, but like the people who tip based on the purchase in the waitress world, it's like, okay, I can see why you do that. Like, all right, well, I guess you got to tip based on something. So I don't do that. I would always tip based on the service. So like at minimum, I'll give $5, but then I'll give more if I felt like the service was really good. But people who do that for delivery too are like, I don't know if they're just not aware of how stupid that is or what, but like that's really, 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 really stupid. Like the guy is picking the food up, whether it's 1 item or 10 items, like it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know why you would tip based on that. You should tip based on the amount of driving and time it takes to do the actual delivery. So like down here, there's like a Domino's just like probably fucking 600 yards away. So yeah, to tip more than a couple bucks for that, it's like, I'm not going to spend, you know, $15 on a tip for you to drive 3 minutes in your car. That's ridiculous. But if I was getting pizza from, you know, 25 minutes away, yeah, you give a tip more based on that because of, you know, that's time that they could have been getting tips from someone else, but they are choosing to get it from you instead, you know. I think a lot of delivery drivers don't have to drive their own car. Okay, I'm mostly talking about DoorDash here, but we've also kind of wrapped in this conversation about pizza delivery, but that's actually employed by the company. So yeah, you're right. If you are delivery for Domino's, you don't use your own car, I think. The app delivery gives woefully wrong times, and most people complain about you being late. Oh, really? That's weird. I've never had it be wrong on that end. It's always wrong. It's always long. Like it always tells it's going to be here, and it's always here a few minutes before that. It seems like they know, and maybe it's area to area, but it seems like they know, and they're like, all right, it's gonna be 2.5 hours. Like, whoa, I guess I'm all right with that. And you're like, whoa, it's only an hour. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to get ahead of that. When I order Instacart, it's always well earlier. I never did Instacart. That they need to rely on tips on wage good enough to live with. I mean, it's just a job that doesn't pay a lot. It's not illegal to have a job that doesn't pay a lot, right? But yeah, if you watch the famous Reservoir Dog scene, that's what I always go back to whenever talking about tips, because it's like still extremely true to this day. Both sides are very valid and very interesting. Harvey Keitel's character says that, like, you know, the companies wouldn't be able to employ as many waitresses, and it's the only way a lot of these uneducated people are able to get jobs that are able to pay, you know what I mean? So, like, tipping is kind of required for this to work. The system is flawed, but it is required. And then, you know, Mr. Pink, Steve Buscemi's character, argues that it shouldn't be required. It should only be required if people actually put in the work that they deserve. And I agree with both sides for sure. But yeah, like, I think at the end of the day, like, the companies that have employees that kind of live on tips, like, they are not going to employ them if they don't. Like, they wouldn't be able to have as many people working there if they had to pay them all $20 an hour or something. We did Olive Garden last night, and it was awesome. We were the only people in there. Oh, really? Why? I have a gift card for Olive Garden. I want to go again. I haven't gone since, I think, last year. I'm too cheap to order delivery, and my wife just prefers going out when we have gift cards. Nice. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't know. Delivery was something that I did because it was expedient, but now it's like, doesn't seem worth it anymore. Prices on everything keep going up, and the quality isn't getting any higher on food, so. I used to get DoorDash constantly. I actually paid for, like, the yearly thing, but I think I'm going to cancel it, and I may never use DoorDash again at this point. I didn't realize how much they were actually marking up the food you were buying, too, which I don't like that at all. I guess they have to, but it's still, yeah. It's, like, probably, like, 50% more expensive to have food delivered nowadays. If they didn't take tips, they'd have to charge more for food. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, the current business model doesn't work without tips for that kind of thing. It's when people start asking for tips for bullshit. Like, this happened a while ago. I ordered Buffalo Wild Wings and just went to pick it up because I was in the area. And it was, like, automatically, like, a $7 tip. I'm like, what are we tipping? What? I canceled the order. I was like, I'm not giving you, like, what the fuck? You're not getting a tip for preparing food. Like, that's not what I'm tipping for. WoW had just posted a post about Raider.io letting you do custom graphs. What does custom graphs mean? You can do online pickup for Aldi's, and it saves us a lot of money. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've never really gone to Aldi's. Maybe I should go again. Ever hear about the Arizona iced tea guy who still sells the product for $1? No, I've never watched an interview on it now, but I do like the tea. Or I used to. Haven't really drank much besides water in recent years, but that's still something I would drink if I wanted something that wasn't water. I got knocked into the cart. My wife likes to tip at Starbucks for some reason. Yeah, stuff like that. It's like gotten way out of control. Hey Amanda, welcome. You wanna bring those over here, boy? Why are you just standing there getting melee by all these mobs?
A gift of
Driving and picking up your own food is the way to go. As we get more and more like automation, like I use the Taco Bell app last night actually for the first time in my life, and it's just such a better experience. The only thing is I don't like paying with cards for stuff like that. I'd rather pay cash, which they don't allow you to do, I guess. But like as we continue to get more and more stuff like that, like why the fuck would I ever have Taco Bell delivered now at this point? The app is basically the exact same thing. It's just I drive to get it instead of somebody else drives to get it. So, yeah, I'll just use the app and go up there and get it. It might compete with WoW-P on the surface, but I'm not able to look at it deeper. Radar Arrow, I'm confused. I guess I'll have to read the article, but what does Radar Arrow have to do with... What is the custom graphs related to logs or something? What does Radar Arrow have to do with WoW-P? Runbacks are improved for Dark Flame. I heard, yeah, but I haven't seen it yet. First time we're beating the boss after 3 tries. And barely did that. Although I guess that was because a minecart blew up. I didn't think we were going to need to fight it. So I kind of just ignored it. Checkpoints at boss 2, 3, and 4 now. At 4 as well? Where is the checkpoint? I like the apps too. It's nice to skip the lines. Yeah, it's like basically just better. Right in the darkness. It's kind of sketchy. That's interesting. We aggroed right into the boss with the darkness. Huh. I don't know if we need count in this room. Kind of hard to fight here.
Foul bat, not wax. Hurt cobalt.
I freaking love WoW, man. I really do. This voice actor is just like, it's just charming. Like, he did such a good job with so much of this game so reliably. I mean, there was a time when there wasn't even voice acting. The only voice acted mobs were the last boss of raids in Classic. Is this like dangerous or something? I guess so. Don't remember this being difficult.
I simply wish you had lasted.
Did they change this or something?
longer.
I really like the theme and RP of Priory. Oh yeah, RP is not something I would ever say I like in Mythic Plus, but yeah, the theme of Priory is spectacular for sure. You drink any cold drinks other than water? No. That Paladin boss has such a badass voice. Oh, really? I don't remember. Good afternoon, Jack. What's up, buddy? I'm hella late. But what's left on the agenda? Nothing. We're just PTR today. Yep.
A gift of power.
Yeah, this engine actually fucking sucks. I don't know. The first time we did it, it was like, didn't seem like a problem, but I don't know what is going on with all these mobs aggroing. I think was the mobs running there or something? I don't even know how that happened. Fuck is diet green tea? So I guess we should pull all these separately. I don't remember this being an issue, but I guess it is. Diet green tea is just green tea without sugar? Oh, really? Ever seen the guy on YouTube, Helen Iron? No, not really. I don't really watch YouTube much anymore, unfortunately.
Of power.
I used to do a lot of time, spend a lot of time on YouTube, but now I just watch either basketball stuff or podcasts. That's pretty much it. Diet usually means it has sugar replacement like sucralose. Oh, yeah. Green tea doesn't have sugar in it though, right? That's I think that was the question. It has no artificial sweeteners or calories. Gotcha. So just green tea, yeah.
A gift of power.
The regular Lipton green tea tastes bad? Oh, you don't like your... So you just like... I don't know what that is then at that point. But yeah, I don't really... Either way, question was, do I drink anything cold? Not really. What's that ping?
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
By the candle's light.
Am I just not getting this guy? I'm confused why. Target not in line of sight. Oh, he's behind the candle. Gotcha. Guess who's dead again? The guy who called for bloodlust. Where have we seen that? We just saw that yesterday in the video. Okay, that's fine. You just wipe it up. The boss's hitbox is massive. Yeah, it's gigantic for sure. It's shadow meld. Yay, shadow melded. It's easy to shadow meld on a boss like that. That's good. Okay, so what is this article? Create custom graphs with Radar IO's new Mythic Plus stats page. Covering dungeon timers, group composition, success rate, and everything in between, players can generate custom graphs for individual characters, their guild, or even the entire player base. Perhaps you'd like to put data on class popularity or regional differences between high-level key pushes. All the data and more is now right at your fingertips. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a lot of the same data that's on WoWP. I see what you mean. And this is not reliant on logs, right? I don't know how they're getting their info. You said you normally have 1 meal per day. Do you cook a big meal usually? I don't ever cook, unfortunately, because it's really hard to cook when you're 24 or 5 hours into a fast, but I'd like to cook more. I really would, but it's just hard. I need to like maybe like try to meal prep or something like that. Like one day just not do 1 meal a day and then just make like a full like 6 or 7 meals or something like that. I don't know. I don't really understand the concept of meal prepping either. Like you have to make something that's not going to get worse after you cook it. Like I don't know what to make. Because most foods, like you have them and if you had to heat them up again, they wouldn't be as good. You can do that with the crock pot. Oh yeah. What is it that you're supposed? This guy's just getting killed by that. You're not supposed to get hit by that, I assume, right? What's hard about cooking 1 meal? It's hard to eat. Or it's hard not to eat it, I guess. What the hell?
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Crockpots are great for that. We use ours a lot of easy stuff. Nice. What was it? What was it that you were saying I should use it for? You can do what I call like a half meal prep. For instance, you cook all your chicken, cut up all your veggies, whatever, cook all the rice, put it in a container, then stir fry as needed. Yeah, I guess I'm just like I'm so inexperienced with cooking that I don't understand what that would do. Prep your dinners ahead of time, basically. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you technically could. What are some meals that you guys like to do in crockpots? I've not ever used a crockpot for anything before, so I don't know. Yeah, like I'm more concerned with rationing. Wait, maybe I don't understand why you're asking that. Obviously, I'm concerned with having enough food made because 1 meal a day, you know, you have to eat. Soup in the crock pot, that's interesting. I don't know, the crock pot my mom has, I feel like it may not... Like, the food's always quite dry, I feel like. So I don't know if there's like an amount that you should have it in for only, but... Chili's top tier meal prep meal. Oh, man. Yeah, I've actually, one of the things I've cooked a lot is this, it's like a chili mac recipe that I saw. It's really, really good. Something like HelloFresh or a similar service. Yeah, if I was ever like totally on my own for every meal, I probably would just use HelloFresh. The thing that I always struggle with, like, there's two major issues with cooking. Okay, one is, I'm fucking starving by the time I eat, right? So it's hard to not just want to sit down and eat. But number two, the most important one, number two is like, it's really hard when I'm that hungry to think of what to eat. Like, I used to try to do it with this website. It was called, What the Hell Do You Want for Dinner or something like that. I think it's just gone. I was probably the only person who used it, I guess, because it didn't seem very popular. But I just need like a food randomizer, I feel like. Like, just tell me what to make and I'll make it. Like, it's not hard for me to cook necessarily, but it's hard for me to know what to cook. And that's like really hard to... Like, okay, I just ended a full day of streaming and like work, quote unquote. Now it's time to eat. Eat what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, you would have to have things prepared. You'd have to have things out of the freezer. Like, you have to have a plan. And I am not very good at that, I guess. Every time anybody's like, what do you want to eat for dinner? I'm like, don't fucking ask me. You pick. I'll figure something out. Because, like, I'm so bad at deciding what to eat. It's crazy. I mean, yeah, obviously I'm getting away with not cooking, but it's also because my mom makes a lot of meals. Tomato sauce and chili also get better over time. Yeah, that's why I like that, because I can make a ton. Basically what I'll do is, there's this really good recipe I found on a YouTuber's thing, and it's like a chili mac, and it's usually enough to make like an enormous amount. Like it's everybody in the house could eat and still have another full thing of leftovers. So that's like fucking perfect. I need to find more things like that. Things that are quick, and things that are like not necessarily quick, but things that are easy to make, like straightforward. It's all in kind of one pot, and then relatively cheap. Things that are cheap and straightforward. If I can find those things, then I will cook more. But it's like, I find these recipes like, that sounds like that would be good to eat. And it's like, okay, it's a lot of different steps. There's a lot of stuff going on, you know what I mean? Like, it's not easy to do when you're also really, really, really hungry. I only eat one meal a day, but I always keep bananas at home. One banana is enough to get me through lunch. Oh, okay, well, that's not one meal a day, but... meal prep. You also have to be willing to eat the same meal multiple times a week. I make a dinner, a lunch, and a breakfast, so I eat the same meal. Oh, is that what meal prep really is? You just make enough for 7 days instead of 7 different meals? You're literally describing the primary function of a crock pot. No, I know, but the meal has to go in the crock pot, right? Like, you can't just turn it on and it's going to produce food for you. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what I was trying to get at there was that, like, I have trouble finding things like that I can make in a crock pot, basically. So hey Rasparo, welcome. Living at home with my mom sounds like a dream. We used to eat dinner and watch a show together every night. Yeah, I know it's not possible for a lot of reasons for a lot of people, but I'm very lucky to be able to do it still. Have you actually finished any 10s on PTR, or does someone always leave? We finished the Operation Floodgate one, yeah. But no, there's pretty much more levers on the PTR than there are on LiveWow. Big slab of beef, vegetables, beef stock, seasoning, throw it in the crock pot, quick prep, lots of food. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm also like a fucking snob, I guess. I mean, that doesn't sound like a meal to me, like... I'm just not a very good person when it comes to food. I've always had issues with food. I've always been relatively like I don't want to eat a bad meal, especially now when you're eating one meal a day. It's like I don't want to have something I'm not going to love, you know what I mean? I have a lot of trouble with picking food because of that. Like, I don't want to pick a meal that I'm not going to end up loving if it's the only thing I'm going to eat that day, you know? So it feels kind of like the same reason I don't like to do my own key. It feels like just let somebody else handle it, and we'll try to make the best out of it when it happens. Check out the Tyson slow cook kits. They're like $12 and no extra steps needed. Is that like processed, like pre-packaged foods? Usually those are like super high in salt, and I'm really trying to watch what I eat right now. Hey Metro, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Anything good on the PTR? Yeah, we're just testing out the new changes, so unfortunately the community of the PTR make it very hard, but we're still here doing it. This guy sounds like a picky eater, me. Well, I think I explained it pretty well. I wouldn't say I'm picky. It's just when you're only going to eat one meal a day, do you want to eat something you might not love? I don't, yeah. I'm not going to just put like random objects in a crock pot and then eat them. Like, I'd rather pay for a meal at that point. It has to be something I like and something that's straightforward and relatively easy to cook. And it has to be cheap, because if it's more expensive than food that I'm already buying from like either some prepared source, one or the two, then I'm not going to be wasting my time with it. That was something that also was shocking to me. I grew up like learning that, like, you know, it's like a cheap way, like if you only eat takeout, you're wasting a lot of money, but it's actually just not true. Like, it's straight up not true. I don't know if it's just because like changes to how groceries are nowadays compared to back then when that conversation would have been said, but like, yeah, it's quite easy to eat for the exact same amount of food in a takeout location as it is in an actual, like for me to cook like a pizza or something like that, it's going to be less money to just buy a pizza. They should put a formal timer affix into that missing slot. Oh yeah, they probably will. Just the first day of it being out, so. Sandwiches are great for meal prep. Pre-sliced deli meat is very expensive. Right, exactly. That's what I mean, like I can go to fucking a sandwich shop and probably spend the same amount of money as it would be for me to do it myself. You 100% do waste money. $20 gives me meals for the week from a crock pot. In my experience, it's not like you can, I definitely am not getting 20, I don't know where the hell you live, but there's no fucking shot that I'm getting $20 worth of food out of an entire meal here. No shot. Not even probably 2 days, $20. Again, unless you're literally just talking about like throwing random objects in the crock pot and not caring what they taste like. Best man meal investment by far is an air fryer. Yeah, I have an air fryer. I don't really know what to like. Do you just substitute regular meals? Like anything that goes in an oven goes in an air fryer instead, or what? Yeah, I never use apps for grocery stores, yeah. Nobody in North America is eating for $20 a week? No shot. Even like, I don't even know what would be, like I'm not aware of something that I would eat. Like one meal a day for $20, like it would have to be like, I mean Taco Bell's cheap I guess to bring Taco Bell back up, but to spend only $20 on one meal a day, it's like you're probably not able to do that. I don't know. You could eat $20 a week if you're buying dry beans. That's what I'm saying. Like if you're just literally, I don't give a fuck what this tastes like, I just want the absolute cheapest thing possible, then yeah, maybe it's possible, but. Either way, for what I eat and how I eat, it is not possible. And like, for example, like I said, the pizza example was not a very good one, but I tried to make pasta a while ago and I had no idea, like, it was legitimately between all the ingredients that you needed for the meal and then a salad and everything, like it was basically the same price as it would be at an Italian restaurant around here. I don't, yeah. Eggs are now $4, so groceries really aren't as cost effective as they used to be. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It doesn't seem like it's possible to make enough. And I think like the other thing is that you got to consider about one meal a day is like you got to eat like a balance. Like the way I always try to have it, I always try to have 3 things because I want to have not just, you don't want to eat like 2,000 calories of steak. Like it needs to be a little bit more diverse than that. Otherwise you're going to be really trouble in some trouble for your, you know, nutrients and stuff. So it's pretty much like for me, easy thing to add to any meal is fruits and salad. Those are like, they don't need to be good, they're just added. So like if I had to have only one thing, it would just be a little bit of it and then fruits and salad alongside of it. But like if I was to cook 3 things, it just always seems like it's more expensive than, or at least very comparable. Considering you would also have to factor in the 1 to 2 hours of cooking the food. I could be making a video in that time or something, you know? Meal prepping approximately 15 to 16 meals cost me around $80 a week. If I were to eat out 15 to 16 times a week, it would cost me about $170 a week. Gotcha. Again, I'm very limited on my experience on this topic, but if I wanted to have the same meal, like I maybe it's that's like not clear. Like I don't want to eat food that I don't like. Maybe that's the big difference, but Anything that can fit in the air fryer, yeah. You can make cheap quesadillas or something like chili cheese beef franks. Gotcha. You're averaging over a whole month and buying bulk, you can get it pretty low. Yeah, that's another thing. There's not a lot of space in our house for food, so yeah, I would kind of go to the store like 3 or 4 times a week. So that's probably not helping. For me, it would be quite interesting to see you record what you cook, if that's a big topic for you. It's not, yeah, it's not really. Just got brought up, so we're talking about it. Metro's in Texas, right? No, I'm in Northeast Pennsylvania. $2.5 pounds of beef roast is $15.58. I steam vegetables. Yeah, all right. But what would you like if you were to go to a restaurant? Would you order that?
Only the strongest survive.
Like I don't even know what that is. Like beef roast, steamed vegetables, and beef broth. What is the meal? I order beef stew often as one meal a day. I don't know. That doesn't even sound like a meal. Like I don't even know what restaurant would serve that. What restaurant serves beef stew? That is severe caloric restriction, and that's how you die. It does not sound like one meal a day, yeah. That sounds like I'm just trying to eat anything and I don't care what it is. But you cannot eat one meal a day like that. Like, you'll never have enough nutrition profile for that. You have to have a diverse amount of things.
My power is transcendent.
For pasta, cacio pepe and spaghetti alla assassina are very cheap. Yes, we did do the spaghetti alla assassina. I really like that. But again, that's like, how much do you have like an actual total for that? This pasta is definitely like legitimately cheaper in a restaurant than it is to buy here. One meal a day, minimum 1,500 calories. You would need about $10 at Taco Bell to hit that. 10 at Wendy's for 2 $5 biggie bags. Looking at 70 a week. Not terrible. Oh, yeah, I'm certainly not eating 7 days of fast food. That's crazy. You would like my wife. She is very particular about her meal every day and doesn't like the same meal twice. Yeah, but see, that's not, like, I don't look at it that way. I also am particular about it, but it's also needed. Like, you can't eat the same meal 7 days a week. Like, that's really bad for you. Maybe people don't know that. Like, I guess there's very possible that you guys don't know that. This is very unhealthy for you to eat the exact same source of all your macronutrients like, over and over again. That's something you do when, like, you need to, but you don't do it on purpose. Get a rice cooker, crock pot, and air fryer, and you were chilling every week. Oh no. I always have viewed food as a means to an end. Yeah, and unfortunately, like, it's got to be more than that for me, one way or the other. I also like it to taste good for sure, but it's also like I can't. Like, I know too much about what a failure of nutrition could look like. Autofrost, what's up? What do you think about the coagulopathy changes? Yeah, nothing. Doesn't make any difference to me. There's a new checkpoint there. That's a good one. Spaghetti al assassino would be about $10 to make. Oh, really? Is that with the sauce being purchased? Or is that making the sauce yourself? You guys have an Aldi's near you? Sort of. There's one somewhat close. I've never really gone there. Because I didn't feel like the food was very good quality. And people, I think, overstate how cheap it is. But I haven't gone there in a long time, so I might give it another shot after this conversation. That'd be self-made sauce, yeah. The problem, I don't know anything about making sauce myself. I've never really done it. But the problem with sauce is you can't really make like one portion of it, I don't feel like. We shop for a family of 4 and all the veggies and fruits we get is about 60 a week. Oh yeah. That's crazy. That's like 60 a... How many people eat the fruits and veggies, I guess? That'd be sweet if they put Death Grip off the GCD. Oh yeah. What's bad about eating the same thing every day? I'm not a doctor, so you should go look. You should go listen to actual doctors talk about it. But there's a lot of people who talk about the value of rotating your nutritional profile when you eat only one meal a day. Two adults and 2 toddlers. Oh. Are these circles or just they drop a puddle? Is that what this is? I don't know. They also destroy the candle. This week my meal prep was chicken and potato Alfredo. 2 packs of chicken thighs. Oh, that's like literally all you eat is that one thing all week? Yeah, I think we talked about this already. That definitely will not be happening for me. I did not know that. I always thought meal prep was like you just make like 7 different meals or something all in one day. That's probably not how you're meant to do that. Point is, you can still eat multiple other things a day. You just don't have to eat. You don't have to eat 1 meal a day. No, I do. I want to eat 1 meal a day. Yes. That's what I want to do. And that's how this all started, because I said it's difficult to do that and cook constantly. I also use canned tomato. Canned tomato and tomato puree comes in a different package sizes, right? Probably. Like I said, I've never made sauce myself before. Anytime I ever make pasta, it's always just with a jarred sauce. Yeah, so this moves really fast now. You guys were right. $20 is 6 to 7 servings. That beats ordering out price-wise. Yeah, it wouldn't be 6 to 7 servings for me, though. That's the problem. Gonna do 1 meal a day. Would at least recommend having a serving of fruit. Thanks, guys. I've been doing this for like 6 years now, but I appreciate the advice, although I don't know why you would give it after we've talked about this for this long, but I assume you're just trying to help, so thank you. The cost of eating at home is pretty front-loaded too. You need to fill your spice cabinets. That's what I was saying. Yeah, like to make these meals, you can't just literally walk in the store and buy 2 ingredients and walk out. Like that's just not how it works. You need to have spices. You need to have like containers for the leftovers. Like I don't have any of this shit. You know what I mean? It was a lot. I was surprised. I didn't realize like how much the actual upfront cost of trying to cook was. Everybody had always told me it was like way cheaper to do, but it hadn't worked out that way. I quit OMAD because it's hard to do intense training while fasted, but it's definitely amazing for everything else. Oh really? Yeah, I don't do intense training, so that's not a concern for me. Luckily, I guess. It's only cheaper in the long run. Yeah, it would be like a lifestyle, basically. Like, if you choose to commit to that, then it would probably be cheaper, but... There's no way you can have a consistent gym routine and only eat 1 meal a day. Well, I play basketball like 4 or 5 times a week when I was in the summer and didn't have any issues. Why? What is the problem? I don't understand. You know your body has like tons of resources inside of it that you don't usually use, right? Or do you guys like work out so hard that you go like to total starvation and then need 100% of your calories to be replenished each day? I don't work out, so I don't know, but I think that does the cart move faster when it's full? Is that what's? Does it seem like it was moving fast for a little bit there? I feel noticeably weaker when I don't eat before a workout. Oh really? I don't ever like lift weights or anything, so I don't know about strength, but I have way more energy at the end of my fast than I do at the beginning of it. Way. It's like night and day. That's why I got into it in the first place, because I was looking for extra ways to gain energy without. It's like I don't know if I have something wrong with sleep or whatever, but I'm always tired pretty much every day. So yeah, the actual like end of a fast, I feel like I can fucking run through a wall. You have to buy things to mix with, different kinds of pots and skillets. Right, that's what I mean. Like, I don't have any of those things. Papa, welcome. Strength really goes down, does it? Gotcha. I wouldn't know anything about that, honestly. Cost of a meal prep is the equipment. You spend $5 for all your spices, and you don't need to buy them again for at least a month, right? But that's what I mean. Like, I'm talking about upfront costs. Like, if I have nothing, and it's between me cooking and buying something at a restaurant, I'm just gonna buy something at the restaurant because it's actually, it may, depending on what the thing is, it may be way less. I mean, especially if you consider the fact that you have to cook it yourself. Like, I know that's not always something people factor in, but I don't feel like I have a lot of time as it is, so. Someone said buy a rice cooker, crock pot, and air fryer. That's $400 worth of equipment. Huge upfront costs. Yeah.
Quick, grab some dynamite and let's go.
What's for me?
No escape.
What is a rice cooker, though? I just make rice and, like, regular stuff. But why is it different than just, like, a regular pan or something? You put in water and rice, and it cooks rice. That's just a pan, right? What's the difference? You don't have to do anything else? Oh, it's like, it's not related to the stove, I guess. Got it. Keeps the rice warm. Oh, cool. I guess we're just like not gonna get count in this room. There's like no additional count. You can get a good rice cooker for $15. Rice is not something I usually have, so I probably wouldn't get one over just making it normally when I do have it, but It's a night and day difference in taste for rice and a staple in every kitchen and many countries in the world. Oh, it tastes better too? Really? Why? Cooking rice on a stove can be inconsistent. Oh, okay, cool. Didn't realize it was that big of a concern. Alright, well, we're not going to be getting counts.
Wasn't necessary.
We'll just kill the boss and that's fine. Rice tastes much better when it's cooked with the precise amount of water needed. Oh, really? I don't ever feel like rice tastes very good, so I guess maybe I'm just always having bad rice or something. This guy just like AFK or something?
Darkness descends.
You can cook good rice on the stove pretty easily. Yeah, so every time I've done it, I have no issues with it. I don't have rice very frequently. You've never had good rice from a good Chinese restaurant? Oh, I've had Chinese rice, yeah. Is that the same thing? I mean, I had fried rice, but that's not... You do that with a cooker? I thought that was like required actually some kind of something else. I would take rice at a Chinese restaurant over any home cooked rice. Well, that's like a... I don't feel like they're the same thing. The rice that you get in like an Italian dish is not even remotely the same as the rice you get in a Chinese dish, it feels like. They use a rice cooker and then they fry it too. Oh, really? How do you fry it? Like, what do you do? Fried rice, you cook the rice the same way, but it has to be refrigerated overnight, or else when you stir fry it, it clumps. Ah, okay. I don't really have rice, to be honest, so I don't even know. So that's the new checkpoint there. That's pretty good. We have a chain in Canada called Wok Box, and they fry rice is downright addictive. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've grown to really like Chinese food recently. That was another thing I tried to make, but that is like, yeah, that one's tough because it seems like it requires a lot of like specific things that you wouldn't use for many other recipes. Ever test reviewers? I'd be happy to, yeah. It would have it the whole testing process go a lot better because we wouldn't have to worry about all these nonsense levers. But nobody ever seems to want to. Are you using MSG for rice? I don't know what that actually is. Not a fan of basmati, I know. I like rice if it was in like a bowl or something. I don't tend to like Italian dishes that have rice in them. It feels like it's kind of hard to get like the flavor distributed through the rice properly. Monosodium glutamate. Yeah, I'm just saying I don't know what that is, so obviously I'm not using it, I guess. I know what it means. I'm just saying I don't know what it is or where you buy it. I don't think any recipe ever calls for it or something like that, if that was the case. Is what is used in Oriental food as a flavor enhancer. Oh, really? When Elon becomes president, we'll have brain chips. Elon. Most talked about human being on the planet recently. Huh? There's some really easy Chinese dishes. You would need soy sauce, Chinese vinegar, and hoisin sauce for a simple stir fry. I getcha. It's so nice you can rack up 20 deaths in the dungeon and still potentially have time. Oh, I didn't even notice that part. What the fuck? That's probably not gonna stay that way. We also don't have count, so that may not be true in general. We're like 15% short.
A gift.
They added 4 minutes to the dungeon. Oh, whoa. Okay, I didn't even notice that. So it's one of the longer dungeons now. Cinder Brew also got 3 minutes? Oh, wow. Maybe that's why we don't rest people. Yeah, I don't know. The PTR is just not a place where people actually like try to get better. It's really unfortunate. I don't really understand this fight though, to be honest. This fight, I'm not sure what is and isn't going on from the tanks roll. This would be the fight that I understand the least going into the season for sure. It seems like most of these mechanics are meant to be done by the DPS or something. Literally 4 of my attempted PTR keys ended up with levers after 2 packs. Oh yeah. Well, like I said, if you guys want to do stuff together, let me know.
Wasn't necessary.
I think we're good on that one for today, though. Let's move on to Priory. That's another one I definitely want to see. Leaving on the PTR is like buying a rice cooker and crack pot and then still ordering food. You guys got really passionate about that cooking topic, huh? That's weird. Didn't expect that. Oh, some 12s. I'm gonna sign up to that. See the difference. Either that or tanks trying some horribly unreasonable pull and group disbanding when it clearly doesn't work. Oh, really? That's frustrating, yeah. Okay, this is the Priory one. This one's gonna be probably really weird.
Hey, how you doing? Pleasure doing business with ya.
If you cook, then you most likely have some passion for it, either for taste, nutrition, or saving money. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the issue. I don't have any of those 3 things pretty much. I would like to save money on it, but like I said, you know, in the past I've tried and it's like this is not cheaper. I learned the other day that there are some people that only play WoW on the PTR. Funny enough. Yeah, we talked about that a lot over the last few months because it seems like it's more than you would think. You still need a WoW sub to play? I don't know that you ever did. But you definitely don't right now, I know that. And you haven't for many, many years because we've seen all kinds of weird shit on the PTR. told the story like a million times now, but me and Siler used to go on the Brawlers Guild and try to record the runs to make videos out of, and since only one person could do the Brawlers Guild at a time, we would constantly just get handcuffed by these people doing like rank 1 bosses instead of just transferring their characters over. So we got frustrated and we'd try to like whisper these people and ask them to just transfer their characters over and do that stuff on live instead, and they would get really, really agitated towards us. And it got to the point where we realized like, oh, they're not, like, they don't have a live character, like straight up.
Glad I could help.
Technically, it is how to play WoW for free. Yeah, but I wouldn't consider it free. Like, you're not gaining anything. Like, the characters are not going to be here. Like, although I guess nowadays there's probably always a PTR up, right? But back in the day, it used to be the PTR would only be up for a few weeks and then it'd be gone for months. So maybe it's now more viable to play that way, yeah. There are also people that only play WoW in their minds while commenting on Metro's video. Yeah, that we see a lot of people like that. That's for sure. You don't have $20 for WoW, you shouldn't be playing video games. Yeah, that I definitely agree with.
Built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar.
Are we at the same scaling point? Yeah, 665 still okay.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Imagine needing to save $15 a month and spending your time playing a video game. Yep. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Imagine how amazing of story and content would be if you found someone that goes on the PTR for every patch and levels the character. That would not happen. The people who are doing that are not doing like actual content. When the season starts, who will you even play with? That's what I mean, yeah. And maybe there's a PTR only guild, that'd be interesting. No fixes is certainly nice. PTR only would be a damn good name for a live guild. I guess like Blizzard's fine with it if somebody did that, but I wouldn't expect them to be. Oh, where's that guy going? That's really annoying. I bet there's someone out there that only farms mounts on the PTR. Yeah, definitely. That's what I was saying. Like, we saw a lot of people like doing like transmog runs and shit on the PTR. Yeah, it does a lot more damage. Did Faxi explain why / react to hunters getting even more buffs? Not explain why, I don't think. He was just talking about how good they are now, BM Hunter. But we've only seen the one queue of BM Hunters for some reason. Guess people aren't really interested in playing it.
Shame, ma'am. Your training grounds fall to the
I think
intruder.
that's the healer spell that pulled that. Best Brawl did 4 million overall on Cinderbrew. Nice. What's up, man? Hey, Denoise, welcome. How are you? I'm great. DM was already so good last week. Oh, really? That's crazy. It was supposed to be a nerf. What is this? It was supposed to be a nerf because they changed how our tier worked, but they buffed other things to compensate, and it turned out to be a buff overall. Oh, I see. So it may not be intended. These are all ranged, wow. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I don't think it's any big deal either way. There's still a lot of tuning. Oh yeah, definitely not, yeah. I think a lot of people look at like each build as like, oh, this is probably the last change that's ever gonna come. But in reality, it's like a kind of a moving target that they're always trying to catch up to. Chasing flavor of the month on PTR is definitely not recommended. Yeah, right. Did we want to get that? I've already forgotten what pack we said we wanted to try to get last week. I think if we go right, yeah, we wanted to go right here, didn't we? Can't wait to start healing these in Season 2. Oh, yeah. Well, you have to wait a little bit, but not too long, hopefully. Guess we'll just get these mobs and see what happens. Those traps are just a headache. Why do they have to make borderline hidden mechanics? Where? Oh, did I miss something? Traps? I didn't see those. You know how we have mobs with random casts? What if we put all of them together in one pack? Was that what happened in the last pack or something? I didn't even notice. Did you skip the first mini boss? No. Why is that something that people are doing? That one seems like one you want to fight. I don't know what this inner fire is, but based on my knowledge of classic priests, it makes me think I want to stop that cast.
I simply wish you had lasted
That was good there.
a
Everyone
little
open up.
longer.
So the one with the tank buster will be a long boss. What do you mean? Maybe greater heal is a higher priority? Well, that's definitely a higher priority, yeah. That purification is destroying these guys, so I guess we shouldn't pull two of these together. These like heal each other or something? I don't remember what these mobs do, but it's something bad. That is insane amounts of damage. Yeah, this is gonna heal the other one, right? I said pretty hard for being non-elites. Kind of the story of the dungeon. The mobs with the lowest health seem to be the hardest. If you kill the first mini boss and then the priest mini boss, you get the mob with the boss who does the tank buster. It should be the fire guy, is it not? No, it's not. I don't remember. We had it down to a science last time, but either way, tank buster's fine by me. It doesn't really do anything. Whatever we fought last time was fine. With them removing so many tank mechanics, white hits become all the damage, and normal mobs have always been decent with melee. Yeah, no doubt. This is the guy we want on the fight, though, so yeah. We wanted to go right here. Okay.
You must defeat
So we'll pull this back too.
I see their game. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenant.
Myra's True's calling is Holy Priest. Yeah. Another priest healer on the PTR who's dying constantly. That's been the hardest thing about judging the difficulty of the PTR. It's just like constantly in groups with healers who just cannot stay alive. Okay.
Ours is the true path to the Arathi.
Pierce armor, is that? Oh, that's the tank breaker thing you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, definitely either way we wanted to fight the fire guy in this boss. That one seems to just do nothing. That's way more difficult, definitely. Wait, no, it's the boss who does the tank breaker. Yeah, the boss is the one who does the tank breaker. The mini boss doesn't really matter.
My spear aims true.
I couldn't imagine failing this many dungeons and not making any modification to my playstyle. Good to hear that. Unfortunately, with PTR, there's not. I mean, what modifications would you recommend? Stop pugging. Divine Judgment also does. Probably they nerfed it. Oh yeah. Seems like not the one we want to fight one way or the other, but.
Ember's wrath. The faithless fall. Show them the power of the flame.
Wait, is something healing them? We're just doing that little damage. Yeah. This may be like GG. This Holy Radiance is brutal. This mob fighting this on the boss is a big no.
My spear aims true.
I don't think there's any way to change it now. Why do you take double boss?
The links get the zoomies and
Pug life,
misbehave.
yep. Guy dies 10 times and does another fight. Tell me what to do. Love it. Okay. Well, that's the one I want to do, so let's see. That 12 is definitely too much. Now that we know the difficulty differences are not really as big as we thought they were, definitely 12 is out. Oh! Wait, how the fuck do we do Priory? You have to... Yeah, this is still like this? That's crazy. How the fuck is that still like this? That's crazy. So we can't get Priory with the scroll. We have to keep re-rolling keys until we get it. Is that how we do it? Did you finish any dungeon today? Yes. We did the Operation Floodgate when we finished that one. Although we actually technically didn't because it was also... We didn't have count, so... But people just left anyway because there's no reason to get count and finish it. Okay, we don't want that. We just have to keep buying keys until we get it, basically. Very annoying, but PTR, I guess. There we go. Alright, one more today, and then we're going to be off. Probably be back on here tomorrow with more of this, because I definitely did not learn much today. But I am going to re-record this video. Actually, maybe I should go do that now. Yeah, I think I should probably do that now, because I don't have a ton of time. If I did another whole key, I might not have time to get the video done before I need it. So, alright, I'm going to end it a little earlier then. I'm going to go do that now. I had a video on my thoughts on the changes, but a lot has changed now that we've been on the PTR, so I don't want to publish a video that I know is incomplete. So, yeah. Alright, we'll be back tomorrow with more PTR, and we'll see what happens. Maybe Friday we'll go back to live or something, but we'll see. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.